Keep me posted.
It's setting up.
Good evening, Madam Mayor.
Good evening.
Voice from above.
Madam Mayor, it is 5:05 and we are live.
Wait, what? Someone else is.
That was
Oh,
Glenn.
Glenn, hi. Okay,
Yeah.
we're not seeing you yet. Okay, that was the voice from, good evening. Let's start again.
I wanted to play Melissa for once.
What'd you say? What'd you say?
Something about Morris.
He wanted to play me for once.
Well, you just have
We're
that.
going to trade. I'll be the city attorney tonight. He could be the city clerk.
There you go. Okay, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Tuesday, April 23rd, 2024 special meeting of the City of Lake Worth Beach Commission. May we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Betty Rush,
Here.
Vice Mayor Sarah Maliga,
Present.
Commissioner Christopher McBoy. Wow, that sounded weird. Could you say that again?
Present.
Yeah, my
Oh,
speaker.
present.
Oh, okay, now it's good. Commissioner
good?
Mimi May,
Present.
Commissioner Reynaldo Diaz.
Here.
Thank you very much. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Commissioner Mimi May.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we have three things on the agenda tonight. The first is the ARPA update. Who's going to be presenting to us tonight? Make sure that microphone's working, and you have to speak right into it.
Is it working now?
It is.
Sorry about that. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Chris Gallo, and I work in the Department of Financial Services. And tonight, for the ones who've been here before, we'll just do sort of a refresher on what's going on with ARPA. Next one. All right, so in March of 2021, the American Rescue Plan was signed into law, and it created both the Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Fund and the Coronavirus Local Fiscal Recovery Fund, and that's how we got the State Local Fiscal Recovery Fund. And that program really was intended to help with the negative public health and economic impacts of COVID. Next one, please. So the big thing is with ARPA and these funds, there is a time frame. There's a lifeline, and it covers costs that were incurred between March 3rd of 2021 and December 31st of 2024. And we need to have all those dollars spent by December 31st of 2026. So the city received $19,295,888. And we received those payments in two tranches. The first was September 10th of 2021. The second was July 7th of 2022. So we have had the dollars for a little while now. And there's two funding pools. There's the standard deduction or revenue loss, which is 10 million, and then the restricted, which was the remaining balance of $9,295,888. The standard deduction, when the final rule came out, they gave municipalities the option of selecting the standard deduction, which was $10 million. And that allowed municipalities who fell within that range, give and take a little bit in either direction, to not have to calculate their revenue loss every year for 3 years. And it's also the most flexible. You have the greatest latitude on spending within that. Next one, please. Restricted use is just that, restricted use. You can use funds to respond to the negative economic and public health impacts. You can use it for premium pay. You can use it to invest in water, sewer, broadband infrastructure. And then they recently added, you can use it for emergency relief. God forbid we got hit with a hurricane. You can use money to help with that. There is surface transportation projects, roadway projects that are now eligible, and then Title I projects that fall under the Community Development Block Grant Program. eligibility determination, the easiest way is to look at what you want to do and say, does it fall under one of those 7 headings, and really look at it. Again, with the revenue loss, there was more latitude to sort of reach to the outskirts. With the restricted pool, you really have to have it fall under one of those categories.
I'm not good at math, but I only find 6 categories.
Well, the revenue loss was the first, and then
Okay.
you add the remaining 6.
Okay.
Matching funds, this is a tricky one. With revenue loss, you can use revenue loss funds to cover the local cost share, non-federal portion of a federal grant. With restricted funds, you cannot. Restricted funds, and we ran into that in the beginning. We had some growing pains with match funds on some federal grants that we had to pull back on. With the restricted, you can use some of them for legislative grants, but federal dollars are off the table. Premium pay, which was one of them, that's no longer eligible. In March of 2023, when they called an end to the pandemic, premium pay ceased. So it has to be services that were performed before April 10th of 2023 if you want to continue to use that option.
And just for public knowledge, we did give our entire staff at that first Christmas a $2,000 take-home after-tax net $2,000 as a bonus for sticking through with us with COVID.
Now, can you grab this fun little sheet that I gave to all of you? So all of these projects in both restricted and unrestricted were approved by the commission. The first one was the City Hall Annex restoration. To date, we've spent $34,813.87 with a $2 million budget. So we have $1,965,186.13 left. Let me see, the next one for Public Works. Public Works also had fuel tank replacement, $1 million budget. Unless there's something encumbered that I haven't seen yet, no dollars have been spent yet, and he still has $1 million remaining. Fire station number 1, exterior painting and waterproofing, that project is closed. That was $39,100. That project is finished.
I'm right here. Just wanted to mention, as we're going through these projects, if anyone has any questions as far as what the current status is, or what's been spent, or why something has not been spent, just feel free to please interject.
Thank you.
The windows at the library at 15
Yeah.
North M Street, $109,000 have been spent out of a $120,000 budget, so they're moving right along. Sidewalks and ADA special projects. On this sheet, it shows nothing's been spent with $1 million budget, but I did talk with interim city manager Brown, and he's got some things that are going to launch on that pretty soon.
Is that all the curbs that are being cut?
So this is separate from the FDT lab project we have, the
Okay.
citywide ADA ramps. That was actually a project that we got approved, grant money we got through the TPA, the county TPA.
So
that
that's
is separate from
different money
this.
from this?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
The next with Public Works was City Hall exterior painting and waterproofing. That job has been completed. That was a budget of $44,500. Streets and sidewalks, roadway projects, Public Works, that's $1 million budget. 14 million has been spent to date.
14,000.
I'm sorry, 14,000. 14,000. I'm getting too used to the millions here. And then Public Works and Fleet Maintenance Facility, that's $1,310,000, and $106,000 roughly has been spent to date.
And I don't mean to be annoying, but I'm just curious, the streets and sideways, we hear so much about streets and sideways and potholes. I'm sure that we talked about it when we talked about it, but is that a specific project or general maintenance?
That is multiple projects, and we now have the contract in place with, we had to get the contractor under contract to do a lot of these because we aren't doing just one at a time. We want to make sure we're doing multiple. So when we're mowing, we're knocking out as much as possible, so.
Will
that's
there
in
be a way for the
process.
public to find out what projects we'll be working on?
Absolutely.
That would be great. Thank
So
you.
I just got a majority of everything's set up. I mentioned at the last meeting about all the FDOT projects and adding that page to the website.
Right.
As far as all, we have 15, by the way, that we're going to be adding as far as all the information for the DOT projects. Under that, as far as city projects, there will also be a city portion of that, which will actually list the city projects
Great.
separate from the DOT projects.
Thank
So,
you.
yep.
After that, for Public Works, we have the bucket truck, $150,000 budget. That's a lot of my conversations with interim city manager Brown. That's supply chain issues that have delayed that. Just the trucks are not available. Annual vehicle replacement budget, $200,000 budget. It's my understanding you have most of that encumbered.
That is correct.
Forklift replacement, $75,000 budget, nothing spent. I imagine that's supply chain as well.
I am hopeful.
45 or 75?
75. Yeah, I spoke with our garage supervisor, Jeff Taylor, today. Hopefully that will be rectified very soon. So,
Okay, next we have leisure services. They are doing upgrades to the casino elevators. They have a $50,000 budget, $16,900 has been spent to date.
Wait a minute, but, Ms. May?
Sorry. So question, so when it says that 16,900, like, how do we know, like, what percentage of the project has been completed? Are the elevators done? Or how far are they done? How much more do we need to spend?
That you would need to direct to leisure services.
hello. So basically what's been done on this is that 16.9 that's been spent, we have 33 and change left over basically. So the brakes were done on the north elevator cab. The brakes still need to be done on the south elevator cabinet. And then we have the frequency drives that need to be done for both. So we're in the process of this project, so we still have money to spend. Still
Right,
some things to do.
okay.
So, yeah, so we're in the middle of that project.
Okay, I'm sorry, wait, hold on. So the budgeted numbers are still all here? These are still all accurate, exactly what you need for each one of these projects?
As far as we know,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you.
And that includes, I think didn't we add railings to that project, or is that still separate? The railings for the stairs at the casino.
That's separate.
That's a separate-
That is separate. Yep. Because if you keep in mind, we also had the railings that went in last year as far as on top of the concrete cap. Those were all separate projects.
Next for leisure services at Bryant Park Jetty, it's a $62,000 budget. To date, nothing has been spent on that. Next is the Osborne Community Center renovation. It's a $40,147 budget. To date, there's nothing that's shown as being encumbered.
I'm not following this
Is that you,
list.
Jamie?
Yes. I did want to mention on the Osborne Community Center restoration, that $40,147, that was actually in addition to our CDBG allocation for that year. I believe it was Commissioner Malega who had recommended that amount. So we would actually match what we had been given the previous year through the county for CDBG.
Okay.
So that will be spent. We're about to have the kick. I believe they're starting that project on May 15th. So this wouldn't be spent until toward the end of that project. But that's why it's not showing anything being spent so far.
Okay. Did we skip Spillway Park?
That, we're just about to get to that. Didn't skip that. Spillway Park, $150,000 budget, nothing been spent to date.
Now, I'm going to ask a question. We have, there's like a lot of things going on at once. We have, somewhere in here, we have the open spaces that we're doing, but we're pledging $150,000 to that park before we have a plan.
So, if you remember correctly, last year, there was an event up there, and there was a survey that the
Right.
previous leisure service director had put together. It seemed like there was no consistency at the time as far as which direction.
Right.
We wanted to go with this funding allocation, so it's kind of sat there. Meaning we were going to have to bring it back at some point and see if there were any recommendations as far as what that should go toward. And the other thing I did want to mention is that a large portion of that park is South Florida Water Management District.
Okay.
So we would want to look at whatever we end up doing there, some type of coordination with them. So it's
Sure.
not just the city supplying funding for whatever does happen there.
Okay, so, but Spillway Park is part of our overall open spaces plan, correct?
Correct. We would just need to make
Okay,
sure
so-
whatever we
I'm-
do, we
right,
coordinate, yeah.
I'm a little concerned about timeframes on some of these things, frankly. So, and I know that there's somewhere that we're going to get to the possibility of
Yes.
Yep.
that possibility where that this might be one of those, a situation where put the money away, so we have the money, but not spend it until we have a better plan of what we're going to do. Just a suggestion. Mr. Diaz?
It's, my comment is kind of on that note regarding Spillway Park, but my first question would be, do you want us to go through the list first and then come back with thoughts and recommendations, or do you want us to kind of start now? Because I do have a recommendation on Spillway Park that I've discussed with our city managers.
Well, I mean, if we're talking about Spillway Park.
Okay.
Anybody else object? Any object?
You go, okay. So, yeah, as city manager pointed out, wasn't a whole lot of consensus. Nobody wants a dog park for sure. There wasn't a consensus on playground equipment. And then also we have a challenge that, for when you look at who owns that park, most of it is not owned actually by us. And a lot of people might not understand. Even though it's our staff, it's Jamie's staff who goes out and empties the trash cans and takes care of the bathrooms and whatnot. So there wasn't a consensus on that effort for the playground equipment, but there is something that has over the years come up repeatedly, and that is regarding the removal of the fishing pier that was there previously. And so we kind of discussed this in something to propose, and I don't expect this to be all of the 150. It's probably going to be way less, is if we could direct staff to maybe look into starting a design process of what those fishing piers look like. And here's the thing is, obviously it's South Florida Water Management District property. I have talked to them previously at times, and other agencies that would be interested in this and other groups that could help us in securing funding to do the actual building of the pier. We can follow through, but there's a fishing club I'm involved with that, for example, did something really similar with a fishing pier by the Jupiter Lighthouse. And this is something that
Yeah.
this feedback is just. Yeah, and so this is something that's been brought up a lot of times over the years, ever since they've been removed. And so I think now would be a good time. We do have this money kind of set aside to start that process and look at what it would take, and also start reaching out to these potential partners to get this project
How
going.
big would it be?
Yeah, it wasn't, if you remember what, before it was the two sides,
yeah.
and I would suspect it would just be like our side of town.
Our side,
Yeah, so,
Well, I know people fish up there. Well, I mean,
Oh,
I
yeah.
have no, I mean, that's a very specific use. It's not,
Yeah.
So I mean, if there's consensus to let staff look into how much something like that would cost and partner up, but it doesn't change the fact that we'll have that money set aside if we do what maybe,
yeah.
okay.
The rest, yeah, because a design is not going to be near 150, but just for the planning design purpose. But I share the same concerns about time frame,
Right.
so that's why I wanted to bring it up.
Okay,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Next, South Bryant Park Fitness Park, $75,000 budget. Today, nothing, as of today, nothing's been spent on that. The lifeguard towers, $230,795. Nothing's been spent on those.
I thought we just ordered,
It didn't show up in.
Okay.
in that.
we have,
And didn't that number come in a little higher than that?
yeah,
Well, originally it was 214,000, and then we gave them a bump because of material costs.
But we just
It was
approved.
part of our budget amendment.
Miss McKay's coming up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's why it's not currently shown, because we literally just approved that. So that will be coming in the upcoming weeks here. But
So-
we did just approve
Okay.
those new.
Did we approve enough to pay for them? Ms. McKay?
Right, so as I'm asking, is this number reflective of what we just approved? Because it
Yes.
was originally
It's
lower
included.
than this,
Yes, it was-
okay.
Originally was 214, so yes.
Good. Thank you, okay?
And then we also have, there was that issue with the light poles and lighting fixtures at
Right.
Dave Manzo Field. And it actually came from two funding sources through ARPA. It received $53,458 dollars from straight out of revenue loss, and then the city manager's community development fund contributed, I believe it was $9,042 to finish the balance, because it was 62.5 to take those towers down, and they needed to come down.
$60,000 to take them?
Yes.
Yeah, I just love it.
Go ahead.
Tiana McKay, Director of Leisure Services. So I do actually have an update on that. Due to the contractor finishing in a quick time frame, they did reduce our invoice by $22,000. So that is
Yay.
lower. It's now at $40,500.
Oh, wonderful.
So
That's good news.
That will be coming in. We did do the change order request.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You can always bring good news. Yeah. She's the fun one, yeah. Okay, so moving right along.
We had one project through community sustainability in the CRA. That's the mobility plan. It was $150,000, and they've spent $140,992. So they're almost done with their Arpa allocation. Finance the ERP, $1 million.
Yes, we received the, Yannick and Ohio Finance Director. We received the code this month, and this is for the modernization of our current ERP system with the same company. The next step is to meet with the head, because we have to have a team, we have to identify a team for the implementation process. And once we identify the team, we will then bring forward the contract for approval.
Can you tell me what ERP, everyone, ERP?
Oh, God. Isn't that
We do a lot of,
Enterprise resource planning.
There you go.
Enterprise Resource Plan, just for the
Planning.
folks out in.
Yes.
It's our computer system, right? Basically.
I was about to say, if I see Nellie back there, is there a way we can maybe give a quick summary or a synopsis of what this is and why we need it?
Oh.
Nelly Peralta, Director of IT. The Enterprise Resource Planning System is comprised of several applications that help us run our city, and integrates with the different departments. In this case, we're speaking about the financial services applications, and which includes the budgeting, the asset management,
Financial reporting.
inventory, purchasing, financial reporting, et cetera. And then we also have the community development applications, which that would be for building permits, licenses, code, planning, zoning, and I think I got them all right. So the purpose of the modernization is to try to find additional tools or more modern tools that integrate with the day-to-day common applications that we currently use. For example, the Microsoft Excel, Microsoft Word, all the integrations with AI, et cetera. So we're in the process, again, of, we're going to be with the same vendor, Central Square, and evaluating the more modern applications that they have to.
So they can all talk to each other, updates, secures all our
Currently,
different
they
programs.
do talk, they're all integrated currently, but that will be.
More fluently.
It will continue to be integrated as well.
Okay, great. Mr. Diaz?
I think this would be a good reminder. It is a lot of money, but what was it originally? Because I remember
4 million.
a year and a half, it was 4
4
million, right?
yeah.
So for a total replacement, and this is like a,
Total replacement today, according to what I've seen in other cities, it's between 6 and 8 million.
yeah. So this
Okay,
is
this is good.
yeah.
One is good.
Yeah.
If it works, we'll take it. Thank you. And here you go.
So we have a community development grant that was through the city manager's office, and we've allocated $25,000 for the planting of trees. We had $100,000 that we worked with CRA for the circuit transportation project. We had $200,000. It's part of a match through a FERDAP grant for LED lighting at Northwest Community Park. And then we also had that $9,000 that went to help with the Dave Manzo Field situation.
which I think they will no longer need, so
Yeah.
that will be a savings.
Whoops. The $25,000 tree planting, was that $25, is that what we voted on a few weeks ago?
That's correct. That was to match the 25.
And that came from ARPA funds? That-
Correct.
okay.
That came from this, this community development portion of
Madam
this.
Mayor?
Yep, I'm sorry.
My question is community development, general government, $665,958. What is that?
That would probably be that should be the balance. Wait.
No, it's got
no.
a project number.
2410.
Oh, okay, so what they did was the total allotment was $1 million, but for tracking, they made sub-numbers, so you have like AP 2410, AP 2410A, B, C, and then D.
Okay, but what's going to go to the 2410, what's happening with the 665?
That's in the community development pool, it just hasn't been
Allocated yet?
allocated,
Okay,
correct.
so there's no particular project associated with it yet?
That's correct.
This is not the upgrade and security for Second Avenue North? That's $750 they were looking for?
No, I
I'm
don't
not
think
aware
so.
of that.
It's
not
in here
aware of that.
somewhere, one of the things
The
that,
upgrade,
yeah, 1900, building fund, customer service, security, and access, it was requested, it was not funded. Bottom of the page of the capital improvement program.
can we revisit that one?
Yeah,
when
sure,
we
I
get-
just,
When we
I'm
get to
trying to, all
the
right, sure.
CIP schedule, then.
Yeah, no, so we don't know what these funds are for right now.
The 665.
Yes, I mean, originally it was just that $1 million was allocated towards the community development fund, and then you slowly started approving
Certain bucks,
projects.
yes.
Okay, but the 25 and the, what has been spent, is that in addition to the 665?
And that would bring it up to the $1 million.
Oh,
So
duh.
of the million, 665,958 is unallocated.
That is correct.
Thank you.
And then in revenue loss, electric utilities has the 100,000 for the solar energy loan fund itself, that green bank grant that they have, where the city is doing the $100,000 every year for 3 years, and ARPA picked up
For the
the
loans.
first year, yes.
Mr. McVoy?
And just informational on that one, on this whole energy loan fund, as Chris correctly mentioned, it's a specialized nonprofit bank. They've been getting a lot of national level recognition. They had a lot of influence also on setting some of the policy that went into both ARPA and the Infrastructure Improvement Fund. So we're kind of lucky to have them. Hopefully, we're doing well as far as residents in the community using that for
Knowing
upgrades.
about it.
Yeah, well, I think we still need more on helping them get the word out, but we have somebody here who's making the rounds and
Oh, yeah.
doing that. So,
He's doing a good job. Ms. Malega?
looks like
Oh.
Ed can give us some.
Hi, Mr. Liberty.
For the record, Ed Liberty, Electric Utility Director. On the Solar Energy Loan Fund, you will be getting an update at the next utility meeting, I believe the 30th. They've been asked to come in and give about a 10-minute presentation.
Cool.
I will point out that that money to pay them in the second and third year is not currently tagged in the ARPA funds. It's sitting in the request for the regular operating budget for the utility. So as a policy matter, you'll have to decide whether you want to fund it out of here or out of the operating budget.
Do we have it in the operating budget to spend?
It's not in the current year operating budget, it's in the proposed fiscal '25 budget.
And I trust you would not be opposed to it coming out of ARPA.
I would not be, but I'll follow the direction of the policymakers.
That's going to be a hard fight. Okay. Chris?
And then next out of restricted was the housing initiative through the Community Redevelopment Agency, $2,500,000 that went towards a program that they're doing with housing and urban development, a community development block grant.
So 500,000 has already been spent.
They,
Yeah, we only.
Oh, no, the remaining budget is
Yeah, the
500,000.
remaining budget. So
Yeah.
the budget was 2.5, but so far we've only sent them 2 million.
We have, wait a minute,
We sent we sent over $2 million to CRA.
we have spent, we sent it to
We
them.
sent it to
It's
them.
not spent by them, but it's gone.
Yes, so now.
No, it has
we-
been spent by them for purchase of housing for
Okay,
affordable
yeah, I was
housing,
just,
yeah.
but it's once
Oh,
it's
they-
out of our hands, it's, yeah.
So we have to follow up with them to make sure that they actually spend it.
So we still have 500,000?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Leisure Services had two in the restricted category. One was the repair and fence replacements at the Northwest Ball Field. It's $100,000. They've spent $25,600. The lighting upgrades at the Northwest Ball Field, that was $656,611. That project is done. That was done through Musco Sports Lighting. Water utilities, John Rice Way, that's completed. That was
Thank goodness.
$80,000.
Yeah.
And then Parrot Cove, I'm losing Parrot Cove here.
Is that 16th Avenue North?
Well, actually, 16th Avenue North needs to be moved. What happened with that is that actually is an extension of Eden Place, which is federal dollars, so we can't use the ARPA funds on that.
Okay.
I have a question in regards to the John Rice Way. You said it is completed, because on this sheet it still says in progress?
It's completed, it just, in Navaline, it didn't
It's
transfer.
not closed out yet. Didn't we, Director, maybe the director can answer, I thought we had received some funds from the state in regards to that project, or we only got permission from them? Okay. Okay.
And then Parrot Cove, $1,100,000, and we've spent $41,000 on that, $560.
Sam Hetty, Utility Director.
Hi.
We're waiting for our Corps of Engineers permit for Parrot Cove. Everything's ready to go. We're waiting for the Corps to give us the permit. That may be a lengthy process. They know that we're on a timeline though, so good luck.
Ms. Malega?
Thank you. I have a question. How come that is not on this list of projects sourced? No, I've got 16th Avenue. Oh, there it is. Okay, thank you.
ST 2302 and AP.
Yep, I see it. So we've already spent $41,560
Yes.
on that project? Were we able to go, we could not use this for match money, right, on other grants, because it's restricted?
Is correct.
Okay.
Yannick, can you? And then, the last two, we used premium pay, which we spoke about before, the $874,800 that was given to staff. And then the legal aid, that was $50,000 to the Legal Aid Society of Palm Beach County. We've spent $38,300 of that.
Have we gotten some sort of, this was a question that came up, some sort of accounting for who they've serviced on that?
I'm sorry, counting on,
Legal aid, the $50,000 we gave, have they sent us any hi, thanks for it, this is what we did with it?
We get invoices from them.
You do? Oh, okay.
Yes, because each family is eligible for
All right, so we-
$550. They send it and we approve it, and then we reimburse them.
Okay, Ms. May, and then Ms. Malega.
it's 11,000 left, right?
Yes.
Something like that? Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Is that money, does it go to Palm Beach County residents or specifically Lake Worth
No,
Beach
it
residents?
goes specifically to the Lake Worth Beach residents. When it comes in, we check the addresses.
Okay,
To
good.
make sure that
Okay,
it's
thank you.
within
Yeah,
our
that was the intent.
boundaries.
Yep, I know it was the
Miss-
intent, I'm
Miss
just making
Malega?
sure it's happening.
Yeah, that's what I want to bring up, because the last time I did ask for a record of all the addresses, I had found, I think it was 9 people that put, they'd put Lake Worth Beach on their application, and we just reimbursed them. And this is back when Sylvina was still here. And I had given her those addresses that were not in incorporated Lake Worth Beach to make sure that we were reimbursed for those homes, because we should not have paid for those people. They just wrote Lake Worth Beach. They were not technically in the city. So I don't know if that was ever followed through.
Yeah.
It was reimbursed?
Yeah.
Oh, great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
8250, I think.
Thank you, yeah, thank you.
Yikes.
Woo! I appreciate you following up on that.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, you go next one. All right, so here's where the fun stuff starts.
Oh, good.
12/31/2024 is when we have to have all the ARPA dollars obligated to a specific project. And we can't say that we're obligating it to this, and then after that, re-obligate it. And a big thing about that is if we, let's say we obligate $150,000 to a project, it finishes somewhere in 2025, and there's $25,000 left over, that goes back to the Treasury Department. We can't create a new project, we can't transfer it to another project, we lose it. So same thing with a change order. If you're on a project and there's a change order, that funding has to come from somewhere else. We can't use ARPA dollars.
Is that including currently, right now?
Well, right now, because we haven't hit the December 31st, 2024 deadline, we're still
We can still, so if we come in short, we can
Yeah.
move that money around still.
Yeah,
So the
it's-
goal is to get the projects moving so we can make sure we can maybe try to stretch the dollars a little more.
Correct. God, Yanni, can you flip? Sorry. Go again. And this is what we just talked about, how, we forfeit the money if we don't spend it. And so the big thing for us on the finance compliance side would be to urge people to underestimate. We'd rather have somebody come and us have to come to the commission and say, they're $5,000 short, how can we fund this? As opposed to having to send $25,000 back to the Treasury Department.
That's such an odd rule.
And
What can I say?
the strange rules have sort of evolved as ARPA's moved along, although I think that was always somewhat of the plan, so that they could recoup. Okay, so here, a dollar's yet to be formally obligated. There's that $3,714,000 that's sitting in the restricted. At one point, that had been earmarked for the mobile response unit. Some work has been done on that. Interim City Manager Brown, myself, and Assistant City Manager Perry, we sat in on a meeting, and what Palm Beach County is doing in terms of a mobile response unit would really dwarf what we were planning. So I don't know if there's something with that you want to move forward with, you want to do something else. Jamie was there, maybe I'll let the city manager.
Yeah, could you
speak on
give us
that.
an update? You mentioned that, Jamie.
Yeah, so back on February 12th, we had a meeting here, James Green from the county, PBSO, County Fire. We had multiple agencies that operate in the county, Department of Health, social service agencies that operate within the county. We all had a meeting here because the county is rolling out this year a new initiative. So there are 4 regions that they kind of divide the county into, and we're the East region, which is basically unincorporated Lake Worth Beach, Green Acres, a portion of West Palm Beach. But for each region, they're basically going to have 5. It's going to be a total of 20 teams throughout the entire county. Each region obviously getting 5 teams. They've already started out in the Glades. We're looking to be second, is what Captain Baird told me, as far as the next region to kind of get this ramped up. But these teams are basically going to consist of a plainclothes detective, a licensed clinician, and a peer specialist. So it's a 3-person team on each team. Pretty much what we had discussed before as far as mobile response. This again is something they're looking to have completely implemented by the end of this year. A lot of the aspects that were missing before, as far as like the follow-up, the case part of things and everything, it seems like they've filled a lot of those holes in. Again, not sure how well this will work, as this is something new they're ramping up this year. But it sounds like from that meeting, they have kind of checked a lot of the boxes which were missing before. So I don't know exactly where we would put this funding as of right now, because again, it's a brand new thing they're wrapping up this year. But it seems like they are looking to kind of fill a lot of the, as I mentioned, a lot of the holes that were missing before.
So they make referrals and carry through with services for the people that accept them?
Correct. And just like we had discussed what this would have been before, they go out in the community. When we have situations, they get called out. Again, you have these teams, they're 3-person teams, so you're going to have 20 teams of these 3-person teams. So having that licensed clinician as part of that team is obviously a huge part of this as well. And then being able to close that loop on the back end with the follow-up, which I think has always been missing as well, it seems that sometimes they just address the immediate situation, and then it's kind of over at that point in time. But when those people come back out from wherever they end up going, it's like it never happened. So having that back end, I think, is a huge part of this. But hearing that this is something the county is ramping up this year, and in all 4 regions, and having these 5 teams, it was very good to hear they realize what is happening and that there is a major issue and that it's something that needs to be addressed. So it was good to hear.
Were there any asks of the city?
Well, this was really just a lot of the people in the room did not know this was happening. They spent over a year putting this whole thing together. So this isn't something that was just kind of thrown together last minute, like, oh, let's do something. This was something that seems they've done a lot of research on and carefully kind of constructed, and they're rolling this out slowly, making sure it's done the correct way. Again, new initiative, so not sure how well it's going to work, but it was nice to hear that this is something they're ramping up and they're rolling out.
More than we could do.
This year. So it was something no one really knew was happening as of yet.
Right.
They told us in the meeting that they didn't tell anybody because they wanted to, once they made an announcement, they wanted to be able to have really intelligent answers, some sort of policies and procedures. Another thing that was kind of neat was they said, let's say it's in the South region, and the city of Boca said, we'll give you an officer. That would create a 6 team for that region. So it's just something that's going to grow.
Obviously, moving forward, I've already talked to Captain Bear as far as having someone come and actually discuss what this program is and what it looks like and how that kind of would drop into us here in the East region. So that's something we'll obviously be seeing pretty soon here in the future.
At some point, do you think it might be useful to have like a citizen liaison with that group, with the rapid response team?
Possibly. Again, it's new, so it's just something that we need to definitely have those conversations with PBSO and see how would that work if we have like a community liaison with that, and how that kind of ramps into everything else. Because another big thing is just the safety aspect of it. Because there have been discussions before of just sending someone out minus having a deputy with them. You sometimes don't know what the situation is or what you're walking into. So you have to make sure, and they're plainclothes, unmarked vehicles. Right. It's a full rollout. So it's just a matter of making sure everyone is safe, as well as having kind of that complete team together.
So we may be discussing an additional PBSO person for the team?
Possibly. Again, very new. But we are about to go into negotiations, obviously, with the PBSO contract too, so.
Okay, Mr. Diaz has his light on, and then Mr. McBoy, and then Ms. Malega.
That's promising to hear. What I've seen so far, when we've had a bunch of presentations regarding this issue, quite often, and there's always things missing. So it's promising to hear that things are getting checked off, but I would love to hear, can we get, at least it sounds like you don't have all the details hashed out, but can we get like a fairly thorough report or update from them sooner than later? Because I would love to, I think we need to continue this conversation and hear what is going to be offered to see if there's something that we need to fill the void, because certain things are really concerning me right now. And that's one, the Supreme Court hearing that was argued yesterday. And it doesn't really seem like, you can never tell with Supreme Court justices, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be on the municipal government's favor, whatever they decide. And on top of that, we have this new Florida law that's going to probably burden us. And I want to make sure that we are prepared from potential massive liability of not being able to address this problem, which, homelessness, especially in mental health, it's very clearly a very top issue in this community.
Yes.
It's not, it's nationwide. It's not just us, but it's generally the top conversation. So I'm looking forward to having this conversation further, but can we have that report sooner than later? I don't know.
Yeah, again, I'd already had that conversation with Captain Bear as far as having someone kind of give a presentation on. Obviously, it's something that we deal with a lot here within our city limits. So it's something that I think we need to have that collective conversation on to see exactly what is. And again, these are all worked out on their end. It's just we haven't gotten that full presentation, so.
Yeah. And obviously I wasn't in a meeting, so I assume some of our partners like the hub across the street and you know, our local groups were involved in that conversation. So definitely also would love to hear from them to see what can we do as a municipality to, one, meet this potential legal burden that's about to be dropped on us, but also to actually, you know, take this problem seriously and address it as best as we can.
That legislation is the biggest can of worms I've ever seen in my life, because people think that, oh, now we can go out and do that if that's what they want done, and it's going to be challenged. I think the constitutionality of that legislation is shaky at best. So I just don't want certain people's hopes to get up that we can go in and do a mob. It's a terrible piece of legislation. Mr. McFoy and then Ms. Malega.
Thank you. I would like to address this in some detail and share sort of my thinking and get some input from my colleagues. We had mentioned to us from the finance department that we're on a deadline. If we're going to undertake sort of initiative, we need to get that going quickly, figure out what it is, make sure that it can in fact spend the money, that we can encumber it by the December of this year, and that there's a high likelihood that it would get spent before the December 26, December of 2026. So we have, the clock is ticking on that one. We, as a community, I believe, from what I've heard here on the dais and in the community's been vocal about the problems of homelessness, substance abuse, particularly in public, mental health issues in public, and said that the public wants something done about this. Business owners have come and spoken, homeowners have spoken. It's been made an issue in debates, it's been raised in campaigns. So I feel that we as a commission have a responsibility to respond to that concern that's been raised in the community. At this point, we don't have anything in writing of what these other programs are. I agree with Commissioner Diaz and probably everyone else up here. We welcome what PBSO is rolling out, and we recognize that, you know, they may not have wanted to say what they were doing until it was pretty well formed or whatever. But we have nothing in writing. We don't know how long that program is. We don't know what the next step of funding is. This a one-shot deal and then after a year it goes away? Also, it seems clear that that is focused primarily on sort of dream team, strike team, folks that go out and fix something on the spot and then go on to fix something else somewhere else. The follow-through part seems to be the part, as I read about homelessness, substance abuse, mental health issues nationally and what cities are doing, the follow-up and the interagency work and the casework and finding housing vouchers, a bunch of things are what really move the needle forward to reduce homelessness. My concern is we don't really have time to wait around for more pieces and see if the PBSO part works. Our community has spoken, they want action. I think we need to show the community what we're going to do. So I'm going to make a motion, and I'm going to move that we provide, as a commission, policy direction to staff to bring back to us in 30 to 45 days a written proposal from one or more qualified and experienced nonprofit organizations. We had presentations from some of them. James Green from the county also gave us some presentation. Written proposal from one or more qualified and experienced nonprofit organizations showing a coordinated plan. So it would reflect what other folks are doing and what they would fill in that for reducing homelessness, substance abuse, public substance abuse, mental health issue in Lake Worth Beach. And the second part of that motion is that we specifically set aside 5% of the combined 40 million that we have received in this city, roughly 20 million, I'm going to call it 20, but it's 19 million from Arpa and another roughly 20 from the penny sales tax, that we set aside 5% of that. It's a relatively small proportion. Arpa was intended for public health part. That was a big part of the focus. We have not really done anything on the public health part. So setting aside 5%, I think, is a reasonable thing. That's my motion. We'll go from there.
Do I have a second?
You want, are you, like, in a motion, are you kind of formalizing what I asked, like, basically include that conversation with, like, what PBSO is bringing together?
Certainly,
And
of course.
I'll second that. That's, I mean, yeah.
Okay, let's have.
It's reasonable.
Ms. Malega, your light is on.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So first of all, again, I've been homeless. It's not fun. I grew up on government programs. And I will tell you that from somebody who's lived it, who's been evicted in the middle of the night, this is something that is not easily just decided by 5 people. And I've thought long and hard on this, on how do we really move the needle? How do we really change it? And of course, we can't change legislation, and we're not going to fix the homeless problem, and we can't build everybody a house. We've put $50,000 aside with legal aid. We've given $2 million to affordable housing. We still have $500,000 more for affordable housing program or something of that. I'm a firm believer, and the only way you change that is by giving people opportunities for things like job creation. Partnering with our current partners, I think is what we've all talked about, Healthier Lake Worth Beach, Arms of Hope, Habitat for Humanity, the people who are already here doing the work, who've already got the programs, they're moving the needle. Lord's Place is getting ready to open. They're already at maximum capacity with 200 plus people on the waiting list. This is an opportunity for us to say, okay, how do we invest the little bit of money that we have left to receive our return on our investment to make sure that we can continue to help people? This isn't, to me, just a one shot in the arm. This is, I have X amount of dollars to invest for this city to be able to receive something back 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now, to be able to continue helping programs. So I agree that we need to partner with our partners, 100%. And we already have the people here doing the work. I don't want us to reinvent the wheel. We're not in the business of trying to fix the homelessness problem. I do think that when we have opportunities to approve people who are coming into our city to create jobs, that we need to be more open, and we need to be more encouraging for people who want to invest here in Lake Worth Beach to create jobs, to give people an opportunity to make a good living wage. So that, number one, we have to start talking about on this dais, is making sure that we are more approachable as a community for people to come here and spend their dollars. As far as partnering, yes, I'm 100%. Do I think that that number is an accurate number? I think we need to talk about it, because to me, if we can spend money to improve the assets that we have, like the golf course, to go out and get more free money from the government to redo the golf course, so we can hire more people to work at the golf course, so the golf course can continue to make more money to sustain this city, to keep improving that is how you build a successful city. And that, I want to have that conversation on. So I'm not just saying, let's just, I support the idea, but I think that that number needs to be talked about. And I really think that having our partners come in with proposals and say, you know what, we're working on this, the city help fund us with 15,000 or 30,000. How can we be impactful, right? How do we build a bigger kitchen for Arms of Hope, who is feeding people every single day in this city? So, I mean, those are the things that I would like to see. Yes, we are in a time crunch, but trust me, you tell nonprofits that you've got money, they'll be knocking down our door in 24 hours from now with programs that they already know they want to do. So I do support it. I don't like just throwing out a number of 5% of 40 million, because to me, that's just an open checkbook. I would like more program specific. We have this pot of money, be it the 500,000 that's still sitting aside for housing, or whatever we decide on as a board, but I would like us to really kind of hone down on it instead of just throwing out a number.
Mr. Diaz?
Well, I don't know if it doesn't sound like we disagree, maybe on the number part, but I don't think that necessarily means we're going to entirely commit the entire amount. I think what's critical here is to hear from, PBSO and what they're working on, especially I hear you on economic development and that work, and, the golf course is a great example, because I did put in legislative ask to get a design on that, and that didn't go through. And
all
Mr.
did.
Brown and I, we do have meetings coming up and things happening in regard to that specific issue to work on economic development, which will and always does continue. You're right, that should be a big focus for us as a city, but that, this issue and this effort is clearly serious enough that PBSO is taking this obligation seriously enough to take a look and do this, and they did it for a year and kept it quiet, apparently.
But it's not just PBSO, isn't it? It's the
It's-
county it's
it's a-
involved.
it's
It's
a
not
lot,
just
yeah.
in one entity.
Right.
So, I mean, I don't
So-
want to downplay PBSO and their hard
So
work.
yeah, and county and PBSO and that whole group, this is something we've had conversations with Captain Bear. I know, at least I know I have. I think at least at one point at the podium, he admits that these things like Dream Team and all the things that are discussed are incredibly useful, and the deputies do want it. They disagree on who should pay for it, probably, but they recognize that these services are critical to address this problem, and they're taking it seriously enough that they're doing this effort to put this group together. And I think it's really important for us to listen what they have to present, because it is county, it is PBSO. They're great. I'm not going to criticize them, but you can almost suspect that there's probably going to be some kind of void that maybe it'll be easy. Maybe they'll come up and say, hey, you as a municipality, can you throw down this amount for this specific thing that we weren't able to cover? Hopefully it's something like that. Maybe it's not, but I suspect there's a long checklist of things that need to happen, and they're maybe not going to be able to cover all of it. So maybe there's something that we can step up to the plate and fill in. And I'm willing to commit to continuing this conversation and waiting on hearing what they have to present to us.
So it sounds like you and Ms. Malega are kind of on the same page. Yeah. Okay.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, the city attorney has his hand raised.
Oh, we can't see him at all. Okay, thank you. Mr. Torcivia.
Hello, Madam Mayor. This is a response to a question you raised earlier. Did any of the county agencies request any funding from the city? And my understanding is they've not. And I worked on this project with former Commissioner Stokes, and the biggest agency that we were approaching was Southeast Florida Behavioral Health. Mm-hmm. And I don't think there's been any conversation with them in several months. So I don't know where they are on, willingness to move forward with the project. They're actually up for reauthorization by the state to continue. So they haven't moved on anything until that reauthorization happens, which is probably July.
Okay. Yeah.
And the other point is, I think the next slide is going to give you kind of staff's recommendations as to the ARPA money. So you may want to see that before you move forward on this motion.
Yeah, I think the motion's a little premature.
Could I?
What?
I do have my light on.
Yes, I see that. You go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree with some of the concerns that Commissioner Malega raised, that you don't want to do something that we know is a long-term problem. It's probably not going away. It's not something that you fix 1 year and then you're done and you go home. I understand that. I believe that the presentation that the organization that Glenn mentioned, Southeast Behavioral Health, when they presented to us, they indicated that they had a proposal to fill in some of the gaps of things that other agencies were not doing. So that sense of coordinating with other agencies, I think that awareness is there. Don't reinvent the wheel, don't duplicate services, but do fill in known gaps. And I think they're the kind of folks, or others like it, that do have the knowledge that I certainly don't have, of what makes things work, what makes it work long-term. And one of their things that I recall them mentioning was, if you do this with the city of Lake Worth as a pilot project, and you put some measurements, some things in it to see, how are we doing? Are we moving the needle on homelessness? Are we moving the needle on what happens in public? You're in a position to present, hey, some data, this worked, look for other funding sources. So I think the way to think about the ARPA money, if we want to go forward with a motion along this line, is this is seed money to get the idea going, put a pilot plan in place, and see if it works. If it doesn't, if it doesn't work, or then obviously you don't continue. As far as the coordination, the way I mentioned the proposal is, Our staff would not be providing these services. We obviously are not specialists in providing mental health services, homelessness services. We don't have the people, that's just not our thing. The proposal would be to go out to the organizations that do have that expertise and a track record and get them to give us a report of a plan in a timely fashion that says, hey, we've looked at what PBSO is doing, we got their written stuff, it's great, but here's what's missing, here's what either we should do or All in the Family should do or various other organizations, here's a plan. I think it is very important, and I wrote it intentionally, that we set aside a chunk of money. I'm not saying that we commit to spend that, because maybe they come back with a plan and say, you know what? Pretty much everything's out there, it's pretty good, we expect that's going to have homelessness in Lake Worth within 6 months or a year or whatever. That's probably as good as you can do. I don't think you need to spend any more money. They might come back with that information. That would be great. Then we don't spend anything. On the other hand, what we have spent so far as a city to deal with a problem that lots of people have said is urgent is maybe 50,000. Maybe another 10 or 20 here, out of 20 million plus roughly another 20 million. That is a very small commitment to something that many people have raised as a big deal. So yes, I would say set aside a chunk so we don't spend it on something else right now, get the report back in a timely fashion, and then we figure out how much of that do we actually need to use, can beneficially use with a good return on investment. That's my motion.
Okay, so I'm a little confused. People have filled out cards to talk about ARPA. I know there's a couple of public comments about ARPA. This is not the end of the ARPA conversation, correct?
Yeah, what did Glenn just say, yeah.
Stuck in the middle here, which is anticipated. So I'm wondering if we should have because what is your motion, Mr.? I kind of lost track of the motion.
Would you like me to read it again? I
That's what
usually try to.
That's what I'm asking.
I move that we provide policy direction to staff to bring back to us in 30 to 45 days a written proposal from one or more qualified and experienced nonprofit organizations showing a coordinated plan for reducing homelessness, and I would add to that, mental health issues, substance abuse issues, public issues, in Lake Worth Beach, and that we specifically set aside 5% of the combined 40 million in external funds that we've received from ARPA to be available for funding such a proposed plan. Not necessarily to commit to them, but to be available.
Would you be open to amending that instead of putting it on staff to open it to maybe the next 60 or 90 days, other nonprofits bringing us their programs instead of putting this on staff? I just think that we might need to.
Miss May has her light on.
I know, I miss May until 3:30.
All right.
So, couple things. One is, does this program have a name?
Rapid response.
I believe it is just mobile response.
Okay, so,
Mobile response.
so it's a mobile response, which is kind of what we were looking at before when we were talking about it. The other thing is, didn't we just have, it was either the PBSO or the fire, who said that they just were going to have a deputy specifically for homelessness? So we have PBSO, we have now a deputy specifically on homelessness and homeless people in Lake Worth Beach. I know April 29th, there's a county meeting all about homelessness. I can't personally go, but breakfast is served. If one of you guys could go, that would be wonderful. It's next, what's the 29th?
And I'm going to be out of town, but I think if people.
It would be great if somebody could go and report back then. I think allocating money is premature. I think that what you said, Dr. McVoy, is we have the responsibility to our community to deal with the homelessness, and I agree with that. But then you said it's not a one and done, but I think the ARPA money should be spent on one and dones.
That's why it would be a pilot program.
No, I don't agree with that. I think we should spend it on things that were postponed or deferred, things that are on our CIP list already, that we can work on improving our city as a whole. I think that there's other agencies that is their expertise. They're doing it already. We have we have to wait. I want to wait and see what the county and the state come up with before we spend city money on it, because I don't think it's our responsibility at this point to do that.
Thank you. Okay, now, there's, it's the blue cards again.
I don't think they're done, though. There's another slide.
Yeah, we
Oh,
still
I
got
know, for the
slides to
ARPA,
do.
so we're gonna, but there's a motion on the floor and a second.
You may want to see this.
I was gonna say, shouldn't we see the next?
I have no problem with moving forward to see the rest of the
Okay,
presentation,
okay.
taking the public input, and then you call a vote.
you.
So, our suggestion,
Here we go.
we have the restriction on the usage and the time frame. So what we were looking at was swapping the dollars, where you take that current unspent revenue loss and you use that to satisfy a portion of what the city owes to PBSO. Then you take that PBSO money and we put that into a special fund that's created. None of the ARPA projects on the board go away. What happens is now we eliminate the timeline and we eliminate some of the restrictions.
Is that legal?
Yes, yes. We've consulted with people in other municipalities. A lot of municipalities have done it, because we're just trading.
And Glenn, you're good with this? Legal's good with this? Hello?
Absolutely, yeah. A lot of cities have done this. It's been checked out, because PBSO is an approved use. You spend the money, you create your own account. You know, internally, you're saying, okay, we're going to take this money, $3 million, $4 million, whatever it is, and it's going to be used as the commission decides in the future. But you kind of eliminate the risk of losing ARPA money, and you still have the money. It's just in a different internal account.
Yeah, so if I may add to that, you'll notice on the spreadsheet, we've only spent about 5% from 2021, from September 20 to 2021. So if we keep going at this rate, I don't think we'll be spending this money by December 2026. So, this only applies for the unrestricted. Okay, this has nothing to do with the 3.7 million that we have left, or the restricted portion, which is at the bottom of your schedule. So with the 10 million has been fully allocated, as you can see. So this, and the PBSO contract is 14 million for the fiscal year, right? So the swap will allow us to be in compliance while we're buying time with the current project that we have allocated for the 10 million. So we will create a new fund. The project numbers are not going to change at all. We're just moving it to a separate fund where we would have time, and we will continue with a follow-up on this project. We're not just going to let it sit there and not, with no activity at all.
Could then we use that money for, match money then for grants, if we've done that?
Yeah, I think, have we done any of these for match, for grants?
What's that?
Yeah, like for instance, for the community development, which has not been, that has not been allocated to a specific project, the one with the 665, you could use that to match.
To match a grant if we needed it?
It would free it up.
Because we're freeing it up and moving it.
Yeah, we've satisfied the ARPA component because we've paid PBSO, and now when that money transfers over, those ARPA restrictions go
And can we
away.
earn interest on it?
Of course, yes.
Yeah, of
So
course.
that fund will have the cash, and then it will just be earning interest as it goes, so. And then if
That's
a project comes short, you don't risk the,
Okay.
you don't run into the risk of losing the money.
Ms. May?
Going back to what you said before, remember when you said, let's say the project was $100,000, it was 75,000, we lose the 25,000. This takes that whole problem
Takes-
away.
Absolutely.
takes all
It takes-
the-
it takes all that
of those
away.
fetters are.
So
gone.
nothing is gonna, you just put it in this pot and we can spend it.
Yeah, we create that special fund, and we would keep all these same project numbers, so for now, none of these would go away.
Right.
It's just now. all
Takes
the-
away the time and the restraint.
Correct.
Mr. McCoy?
I like interest.
I think this is a wise, practical move. I have no problem with the thought. I do want to reemphasize what our finance director said. This would only apply to the 10 million of unrestricted, or as you called it, the
Revenue loss.
revenue loss
Correct.
bin.
Correct.
So the 3.7 that we have not
That-
even spoken to what we want to do with that of restricted funds doesn't apply to this.
No.
Correct.
There's no
The
flexibility in
other
that one.
thought that I would have is, while these funds up till now are sitting in the revenue loss pot, the unrestricted pot. They are ARPA funds. They are presumably subject to certain federal accounting regulations. You got to show what you did, blah, 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 blah. I would encourage us that if we do this swap, we pay PBSO, we're off the hook with ARPA and federal government, that we impose upon ourselves as a commitment to follow those same
Time frame.
accounting things,
Oh.
not necessarily the timeline, we should
we have-
strive for the
well, of course we have to
timeline.
account.
I am looking at this thing, we had 10 million that we allocated a while ago. I don't remember if we allocated all of it a while ago, but and our burn rate is half a mil out of 10 mil. That's not very good. I don't, there's also for it and so totally out of our control. If you go to order something and it's stuck in wherever and there's no way you're getting it, well, that's not our fault.
We would have
But there are
accounting though, right? I mean, I'm looking to
Well,
the
yes,
finance
we're going
director.
to keep the same project numbers, have that special fund set up, so we're going to be able to track everything.
But I would ask us to make a formal commitment on record that we will hold to those same accounting standards. Forget about reporting to the federal government. We don't need to do that. It's not ARPA, it's our money at that point. But hold ourselves to that, because like you mentioned, I'm sure it was just sort of in talking, but for now, the numbers will stay the same. Well, that's sort of the open, to kind of like we would do for ARPA. If it was still ARPA, we would do that right up until the money was spent.
We
They have
let's commit
standards.
ourselves.
They have
As
standards.
finance,
They
we
have
wouldn't
to,
be able
yeah.
to do anything with it, because these are, the numbers stay the same, we get rid of the fetters, but how that money is spent is still up to the commission.
Right, but I mean, but they have to tell us how it's
But I
spent.
think you get the
Correct. So-
intent.
Yes.
Yeah.
We were thinking of, we were actually discussing today, we were thinking of providing you, once we implement this, and we wanted to do this at the beginning of the fiscal year. So we wanted to give you like a quarterly update
Right,
on
Just
where
gonna
we
ask
are
yeah.
with this
Be
new
great.
fund, which I believe we're gonna call Community Development Rescue Plan. We'll come up with a name.
Come up with it. Non-ARPA.
SPEND.
Yeah.
Ms. May, Mr. Brown, you got your light on. I think we're gonna,
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And yes, rescue should definitely be in the title. We wanted to make sure that there was some kind of tie back to the ARPA dollars. I would just suggest, kind of going off of what Commissioner McVoy had mentioned, if this is something that you guys are looking favorably on doing, you can make a policy and make it so that as these projects, again, they're going to keep the same project numbers and everything, we're just shifting where it's actually located. If for some reason, one of those projects is going to change or is going to be pulled off or something else, you can make a policy that it has to come back to the commission for approval, because these were originally allocated for ARPA dollars.
Right.
So I know before there was concern that now that it might be in a different account, it doesn't fall under ARPA, the city could technically build, just take
Do
this
whatever.
and do whatever we want with it, but just to make sure that we kind of put everyone's mind at ease, that's not the case. You can, as part of this motion, or if this is the way you're leaning, make sure that this would have to come back to the commission for approval, should we look to do anything else with a particular project or something like that.
but it sounds like we'd have a little more freedom to come back for to adapt our budget a little bit.
Absolutely.
That's correct.
Here's my one concern. I think it's a good idea. I think my only concern about doing that is I know I work better under a deadline. And I'm just a little nervous about, because, it's now 2024 still, right? We have only 2 years to do this and spend this. I would hate to be at the end of this particular 3-year term and go, what do we do with the ARPA funds? I really want to work on it. I really want to get it. Well, it happens, trust
Yeah,
me.
I
So,
hear you.
just
I agree.
let's keep on track with it and
And I like the quarterly updates too, because then we can see any increases that we've made on interest, any projects that have come under, and we can continue every quarter to adjust that. And like I said, if we have an opportunity to use it as match money to get more money, then we can continue to move that and hopefully build that pile bigger instead of watching it dissipate.
And up to this point, we would look at the numbers and then reach out to the different department heads, say, hey, I'm looking at this project, this is what I'm seeing, is there anything not there? So we have been following up with them just to make sure that things keep moving down the track.
which does not make this current conversation that we're having irrelevant
Correct.
about,
Correct.
what we're doing. Mr. McFoy?
I move that we formally,
Wait, we got a motion and a second on the floor.
this is different.
You can
unrelated.
withdraw that motion and start over again.
All right, well, at some point, let's make a motion and include some of these things that we talked about so that we
Okay,
formalize
I mean,
the
you had
swap.
this, the first motion was about
Not now.
this 30-day.
We'll do it whenever you want.
Okay, but right now you have a motion and a second on the floor about some 30-day report from, which I think is premature and too much, and I would vote against it. I would like to see something more global, like we've been talking about, which is, stick to the time frame, stick to the same accounting practices for it. We can still talk tonight about what we want to do with it, but changing it would give us a little more, swapping it would give us a little more. So that's what the motion that I would be delighted to see would be not quite 30 days, let's do this, but let's stick to it, save ourselves by putting it in the swap fund, but keeping it on track, keeping the budgets the same, and we can still talk about tonight about what we want to do with some of this stuff.
The two things are completely unrelated. They're completely different funds. The swap, I think we should do a motion at some point on that. The swap is
Right, yeah,
$10 million. It's a big deal. It's the unrestricted. My motion that I made before is strictly for the restricted funds, so it
10
has
million.
nothing to do with the swap.
But that,
So
no, now you got,
The restricted funds are not part of
the swap,
that's the 3 million.
Yes.
3.7, yeah.
Whatever, yeah.
Yeah.
The 10 is the restricted.
The-
Unrestricted.
10
Okay.
is the unrestricted.
And that's what we're,
the
right, that's what we're
swap,
talking
yeah.
about. So, I don't know, okay, so the $10 million
Unrestricted
unrestricted funds would,
is unrelated to my motion before, totally unrelated.
well, your
And the
motion
swapping
is.
is totally
So
unrelated.
the money that you're talking about for your motion is out of the 3 million?
3.7,
That one, yeah.
correct.
Okay, all right,
That's
I
why-
still think, I'll vote, if you want to have a vote, I'm going to vote against it, but if you want to have a vote, we can certainly vote
And Madam Mayor?
on that motion.
Real quick, and just
Yeah.
to, so everyone's aware, just based on the status on some of the projects on this list and where we currently are, I know the finance director had mentioned that, we're looking, this would go into effect October 1st. By that point in time, this number is going to be lower than what you're currently looking at, just based on the status on some of these projects.
Because we're spending some of it.
That is correct.
Right.
I know
Swap.
that taking off the interim city manager hat and putting the public works director hat on, I know the public works related items as far as the 2 million we're looking at for sidewalks, the ADA.
Right.
That will be gone by the end of the summer. That will be gone. I can tell you that right now. So we're going to blow through that.
That's what we're doing.
We can use that for sure. So
Okay.
it will be lower by the time we get to
Ms.
October.
Floyd, light is
Commissioner
on?
McVoy, would you entertain opening, as I mentioned before, your motion to lower that number from 5% and to opening it up to not putting it on staff, but opening it up to having partners that we already have in the city of Lakewood Beach possibly bring us projects to help fill those voids that they need, instead of putting this on staff? And I think that 5% is too high, again. I think that it's something that we need to do, and I would like to support something, but 30, 45 days and 5%, I
No.
can't get behind.
Okay. I am open to some adjustments to it. I chose the 30 to 45 days based on the I have with the deadline.
Yes.
And my thought was, let's say somebody comes back with a plan, we look at it, we say, well, we like some of that, we don't like some of it. Now there's another stretch for them to noodle with it, and we're getting really close on that December deadline.
Right,
So
but
that's why I
would put
said,
that on the partners, not on our staff. So whoever, like I said, community partners.
somebody has to make this
Behavioral
move.
health.
Somebody has to make this move forward.
We just put it out there,
Okay,
trust me.
I want to interrupt for a
Can I
second for
finish?
just some clarification, excuse me, and I apologize, but we have something from the county coming. We have something from the county is coming in the next couple of months?
That's correct. Again, I will get with, I have a meeting with Captain Bear this week. I will try to get something set up to
Because
actually
it's,
come and present.
okay,
to
because it
the
seems like
commission.
that's where we have to look for the holes. That's going to be the big money piece, right? That's going to be the county-wide thing. So I think if we wait to see, and it's a couple of months, if we wait to see what's going there, then we say, all right, here's their plan, what's it missing? And we can ask our partners to help us identify that. But I think let's start with what's actually going to happen and take it from there and fill in the, if we have a couple of our local nonprofits saying, we need this, we don't know where it's parted from where it fits in the big picture. I just think it's premature to be doing this. I think that,
And I would, if I might,
yep.
I would agree with the concern about premature. I hear you on the 30 to 45 days. I hear you on the concern of having staff do it. But the time frame is out of our control.
Yes.
That's ARPA money. This is restricted funds. We can't do the swap. We got to do it on that time frame.
Yep.
So I think, and we don't know when PBSO is going to come back, but by asking our staff to go out to qualified and experienced nonprofits that deal with homelessness, not necessarily the folks that, some of them might
That
be
is
the
so
folks that we're
random.
already dealing with, I would certainly be very open to whoever staff reaches out to needs to reach out also to those other organizations, know what they're doing, and see who needs to fill in the holes. But somebody, some organization that is experienced dealing with homeless stuff needs to kind of take the lead in putting it together. In my mind, the Southeast behavioral people might be a candidate. I'm not committed to that. Staff can say, hey, we called them, they weren't interested. The Homeless Coalition of Palm Beach County suggested what you really want to go with is X organization, whatever. That can be worked out. Staff can handle that. Most of the work of putting this plan together is not our staff. Our staff is just, hey, we're on a timeline here. We need your help. Come back to us with a plan. Check in with PBSO. Get whatever they're doing. Make sure that they know it. They can meet with them, and it can be. PBSO may not be ready to go public what they have, but they might well be willing to talk to a homeless-oriented organization.
Can we hear from public?
As-
Before we
We're
take the
going,
vote?
we still have stuff.
Well,
on
I'm
here.
looking for adjustments that would help you feel comfortable supporting.
And if I may, Commissioner,
Yes, please.
the total that you see are 3.7. One of the projects, the 16th Avenue North Arfo check, is going to be deobligated because it was initially used
Where are we
for a match for grants, so we can't use that anymore. So the actual balance that's going to be available is actually 3.9, just for the record.
2.9?
3.9.
3.9.
Yes.
So we have a little bit more to play with than we thought. Not
Correct. Just-
3.7,
just-
3.9.
All right.
Just to
We'll
make sure
take it.
we're all on the same page.
I'm willing to adjust that. 5% seemed like, when you think in the big picture, given that the money was intended, the ARPA money was intended for public health. Yeah, we needed a fuel tank. Yeah, we need a bucket truck. But those don't help a problem. We haven't had people swarming City Hall saying, you know what? Bucket trucks are the problem in
All right,
Lake Worth.
all right.
We've had people
All right,
saying
Mr. McCoy,
homelessness
can
is the
we have
problem.
other people speak?
Let's get some serious money to it. If you want to make it 4%, you want to make it 3%.
I think any random number is incorrect at this point, but Ms. May and then Mr. Diaz.
And it's a set aside, not a spending.
Okay, I just have a question for finance. So the difference between the restricted and the unrestricted, if we take the 10 million from the unrestricted and put that into the closet for now.
Swap.
Are there projects that are already on the CIP that could be put into the restricted funds that we could spend all the restricted funds and be done with it? Take this idea and put it towards the 10 million to talk about for later?
You mean take?
The 3.9.
The 3.9, whatever, the 3.9 that he's talking about now, couldn't we use that money to spend on projects that are already ready to go?
Yes.
And then take Mr. McVoy's idea of this idea that is not really solid yet and put that with the 10 million that we're not sure of? Because we've got some sure things that we could pay for and get done, and then do this later.
There's legal loopholes with swapping money from the
They're
restricted.
going to track it.
No, we cannot swap restricted funds.
Yeah, they'll track the
No, that's not
dollars.
what I'm asking. The stuff that's already in restricted, we keep it in restricted. What I'm
Correct.
asking is if there's stuff in unrestricted, we could put into
Oh,
restricted.
to spend the 3.9.
To spend the
To free up-
3.9,
Yeah.
to free up the 3.9 to be part of the 10 million. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't think so. Some of these projects, the project that you have on the unrestricted, I don't think they will be eligible.
None of
for-
them can go to
To
restricted.
restricted,
Yeah.
no, I don't think.
And there's nothing else on the CIP that we can pay for
Oh, yeah, there's
with it.
projects on the CIP we could.
This project on the
Yeah,
CIP,
take a look
and
at that, yeah.
that's gonna be part of the next, one of the presentations.
I just think that at this point, we have, it's so not formed of an idea that we should put it The restricted stuff, if we have on the deck ready to go projects, we put in there if they qualify for the restricted funds. The homeless, I agree with you, and I really do think we should do something. I just don't see a formalized plan, and I'd like to wait and see what the county comes up with first, but I don't want to wait and be like, we have to spend this money. No, we do, we will, and we will help, but I like the idea of that Vice Mayor Maliga said about let's let them come and ask us for what they want. Well, we don't know what they want, what
That's
would
why
be the
you
best plan, but I really
ask for a
think
written plan.
whatever could be, yeah, I understand that. We can still do that, and we can ask for a written plan, but I don't think we need to do it with the restricted funds. Let's allocate projects for those funds, get it done, be done with that part. And then the 10 million, we can still plan. I don't know if that's a motion, but.
Can we listen to public comment now, Madam Mayor?
No.
No?
Mr. Diaz, with all due respect, we're still talking about this motion, which we have to vote on at some point. I understand.
Very briefly, and yes, before we vote on it, I think the short version of the ask is that the staff is not like putting together the plan and finding out costs or whatever. They're effectively the coordinators or to bring in those people that you're asking for, the partners and the nonprofits. So I think that's pretty reasonable. To go back to the unrestricted, one thing I don't want us to gloss over, and something that Interim City Manager Brown said, is the policy to bring back decisions to spend funds if we don't go through them as a policy. I think we should really take that seriously, because one of the top comments that we get often is how money is moved between enterprise and departments within the city. So in order for the public's sake, I think we should definitely take that policy into consideration.
Okay, all right, we've had a lot of conversations. There's a motion on the floor, there's a second. We have public comment about ARPA, but we still have more ARPA. Are we sort of at the end of ARPA at this point? Would this be an appropriate time to have public comment?
Yes, we're at questions.
Perfect.
so-
We're at questions. Kismet, okay. Jennifer Hudson, followed by Adele Bell, followed by Ramsey McLeod. Followed by everybody, thank you.
Hi, good evening. It's Jennifer Hudson, 1221 North M Street. I have a couple of things that I'd like to comment on as I'm listening to you talk. I absolutely believe I'm glad that we're considering taking the 10 million in the unrestricted funds, rolling it in. I love the idea of having it come back to the dais if the purpose changes. And a quarterly report would be great too. Everybody likes that. Also keeping on task. I am a little disappointed though. I actually think that we have to be careful about taking restricted funds from somebody with accounting background and knowing the federal government. You have to be very careful about taking money and switching out stuff. If it's not the right purpose, you get nailed with huge fines. So I know you want things substituted, but you have to be very careful about that. And also, I do think the whole purpose of those funds were to help end the homeless, and I actually like what both Commissioner McVoy said and Vice Mayor Malega. Let's use local, but we do probably need somebody that does actually dealing with homelessness and come up with a plan. It would be great to have people come to staff, give them that, and you all could consider it because it's a coordinated effort. But we could use MOUs with people that are here to do any kind of the Hope Center, all of the other things we have locally to help build up, because homelessness, just putting people in jail and they come back. It doesn't work. Everybody says it doesn't work. And also, it's extremely expensive. It's a recidivism issue that never goes away. So this is the time we have some money, and we could use federal grants, but I would be very careful about using matched federal grants, just to think.
You sound like you know what you're talking about. I just want to make a comment too, because I've read some of the public comments which were submitted. This illegal homeless thing you're probably referring to the legislation that was just passed, okay? It's not in effect yet. It's going to be challenged. I think it's a terrible piece of legislation because it puts the city at a terrible risk of liability. But it's not our idea, and, and Ms. Bell, I apologize, you have a different issue you want to talk about, the cemetery. So I'm going to pass you over for Ramsey McLeod, followed by Catherine Kohlmeyer, followed by Kim Stokes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ramsey McLeod, 24 South C Street. A lot of my questions got answered by definitions being explained, but I still have more questions, and one of them, I'm just going to go through them quick because they'll need answers. On the Public Works category, number 5, sidewalk and special ADA projects, I'm really concerned because the city already made ADA sidewalks on Lake and Lucerne, and now FDOT is doing it again. Are they gonna reimburse us for the work that we already did when we did that work? Under the city manager, you have the category about community development. Since we don't have a city manager, just an interim one, what does that look like now? What is that money gonna go for, and what are we gonna spend it on? The LED lights for the Northwest Community Park, is that the park over at Vernon Heights, or is that the ball fields? In your tables, you have U, but you haven't identified what that U stands for as a category, so I'd like to know what that is. My suggestion is, under the cemeteries, if we can't get both cemeteries taken care of, I'd like to do a little compromising here. Definitely, I want to see the fence around IA Bank Cemetery for our Osborne community. They have strongly requested that. I'd like to see us see that come to fruition. Instead, take the money for the Pinecrest fencing, for the Pinecrest Cemetery fencing, which is $450,000, and use that for the golf cart paths at the golf course. That would leave us $181,375. And then if we wanted to put more money in the golf course, the tees, that would be $253,040. Take away the $181,375, that would leave you with a small surplus of $71,665. So we can do something for the cemeteries, and we can also do something for our golf course, which we need to start bolstering so we can get more money and revenue out of it. And I think doing those, if you're willing to make those compromises, would be a positive.
Well, you've managed to make a comment that has nothing to do with ARPA funds, but that's okay, that's all our CID stuff. Yep. Okay, thank you. Right, it's a different chart. Thank you. Okay, up next is Catherine Kohlmeyer, followed by Kim Stokes, followed by Ginny Powell. Oh, thank you.
Catherine Kohlmeyer, 503 First Avenue South. What I prepared isn't any longer relevant, so what I will say was that, as I understand it, the restricted ARPA funds are supposed to be targeted to help vulnerable people. And everybody agrees there are a lot of vulnerable homeless people in Lake Worth. But those people are also people who may not be vulnerable people forever. You can invest in those people. You can invest in a golf course, you can also invest in people. So if you give people support and services and give them, as I often hear, a hand up, not a handout, those people can become a resource for the city, not a drain on the city, not an expense to the city. As Sarah Malega, as Commissioner Malega tells us, she was homeless, but now she's our commissioner. So I think that it would behoove the Commission to seriously consider a coherent plan to use those restricted funds to help homeless people in a sensible and sustainable way. I don't really understand why it has to be one and done, because you have I can't think of the word now, but you have a project which is like a beginning project, something to find out, does this work? A pilot project, thank you, Commissioner May. So I don't see why it can't be that. So, no idea if that made any sense. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kim Stokes, Junie Powell, and then Jay Canella Marcus. Hi, good to see you. Yep.
Sorry I was not able to make it last week. I was in Boston watching my dad run the marathon.
Oh, yay.
Yes.
Really?
75 liver transplant. He crushed it.
Wow.
Lake Worth Trojan. He's
Go
seen
for,
from
all
one
right.
of us.
Go Trojans. That's
Yes.
fabulous.
So Kim Stokes, 1321 North L Street. I'm here to talk about homelessness. We've heard a lot of issues around it. The governor signed in a new state law criminalizing homelessness, and the Supreme Court is currently debating it, and they are poised to allow it to stand. It is split upon ideological lines, and they are right now debating it. It will be changing, and we have to address it. Criminalizing homeless is not the answer. It was never the answer. It never will be the answer. It doesn't work. It's expensive, and it's not humane. It costs taxpayers millions of years each year just to have unhoused individuals cycle through the system, putting a strain on our police, courts, jails, hospitals, and other emergency services. For what? We've never seen positive results from this approach, ever. So there does need to be a coordinated effort to make sure that the individuals in Lake Worth Beach are getting access to the services that exist and put them on a path towards long-term stability, not trapped in the endless cycle that only becomes harder to break when faced with fines and a criminal record. How are they going to get a job and housing when you keep putting more and more on them? I've had several conversations with first responders and PBSO. I called that meeting with all of the agencies, and none of them knew what was going on until I put them all in a room together. So I think we do need to look at a comprehensive plan. The public, we all deserve to know what is coming to us and where are the gaps and what's going on. Everyone wants to handle the crises. Everyone wants to respond. PBSO, they're gonna get licensed clinical social workers, awesome. Fire rescue, they also have that with their paramedics. They respond, the individuals go to the hospital, jail, they return in 3 days. We have to get them onto a sustainable long-term plan. So I think the minimum we can do is explore your options. Explore your options. Find out what is available, what's out there, where the gaps are, bring it back, explore them. If you're just gonna wash your hands and say it's not your problem, the county, the other agencies have it covered, I don't understand why this was such a central issue to the last campaign. So the NAPC asked more questions about homelessness than any other issue at the debate. Peggy's PAC sent out at least 5 mailers that I know of with a message that addicts, vagrants, and houseless are making residents feel unsafe. Her words, not mine. I heard from many people at the door in College Park and Parrot Cove that they and their neighbors were concerned about the homeless, and they're looking for their leaders to do something about it. So you owe it to the community to explore the options for addressing this issue and pick the one that has the best chance of having a long-term impacting effects. Thank you.
Thank you. Ginny Powell, followed by Jay Canella Marcus, followed by Mr. Pinckney. About this?
Jenny Powell, 224 North Palm Way. Dear Mayor and Commissioners, a lot of what I was going to say tonight has been already talked about. Homelessness seems to be the issue, and I don't understand why there's been much of a challenge. One of our newest commissioner campaigned on this. I had that in my notes. Prosper Lake Worth had campaign literature that went out about the homeless. So I frankly don't understand why this is not first and foremost and jumping on anything that's possible. Gainesville has had some success apparently with a program called Grace Marketplace. This is a low barrier shelter and support services. It sounds like similar to the mobile response team. The low barrier refers to people who have substance abuse problems and still being allowed into the shelter. I think that Commissioner McVoy's idea to somehow sort of corral everything that is out there, and there's a lot of stuff out there. There's a lot of stuff out there. I don't know if there's one single coordinator. Apparently, the city of Pensacola has hired a consultant or is working on hiring a consultant who is the executive director of this Grace Marketplace in Gainesville, which has had some success.
What's the name, Grace?
Grace capital GRACE,
Yeah.
Marketplace. I'm sorry, I didn't have a lot
Oh,
of time
we can Google
to really research this. I just did it very quickly this morning. But, so they're looking to hire this guy because they're anticipating this law going into effect on October 1st. I agree with the mayor that it's going to be challenged. It's a terrible law. So I just don't know why Lake Worth wouldn't take the chance of being a leader instead of a follower when this is a campaign issue. This is the biggest issue that people, that in general, I don't think some of these other small, I mean, in my opinion, I don't think anything's smaller than homelessness. And that's what we're hearing from the people. So why don't we be a leader in this? I think we could set an example. I'm not saying we're going to solve it. If it could be solved, it would have been done by now. So let's move forward with something. And we all know the wheels of government turn very slowly. So yes, it's almost impossible to do anything by the end of this year. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't start right now. Maybe we could do something like an RFQ, which
I'm sorry, that's time.
for the casino, the beach property, and get a consultant hired that can pull all this together.
Thank you very much. Up next, Jay Canella Marcus, Melvin Pinckney, and Retha Lowe. Retha, you here about ARPA? Okay. That's not the cemetery. ARPA is not the cemetery, if you want to talk about the cemetery. All right, Jay Canella Marcus.
Hello all, my name is Jay Canella Marcus, 1224 16th Avenue North. I would like to speak on how to use the remaining ARPA funds. I would like to advocate on these funds being used for long-term housing programs and social services to benefit the houseless. I'm a social worker and have worked within the houseless shelter system for a couple years now. I would say that it is one of the most complicated issues in our society, right? And I would say we have a unique opportunity to utilize these funds to support the most vulnerable and marginalized in our community, who are often wrapped up by the criminal justice system. It's true, many houseless people have frequent utilization of the justice system. However, this profile usually represents nonviolent petty crimes that are caused from material conditions and amplified social conditions, right, and circumstances, like sleeping in public, panhandling, urinating in public. I would argue that many of these are crimes of necessity and a criminalization of extreme poverty. So I urge you to align to our most vulnerable neighbors and consider how these funds could be a game changer in affordable housing and how we approach this as a community. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Pinckney, followed by Retha Lowe, followed by Wes Blackman.
Good evening, Madam Mayor.
Good evening,
Commissioners.
sir.
My name is Melvin Pinckney. I reside at 2016 6th Court South, Lake Worth Beach, Florida. And I want to talk briefly here about the homeless. I pastor a church down here in Lake Worth, over in the Osmond Center. I was on vacation, and when I was on vacation, I got word that we had lost one of the homeless down the street from the church. I was pretty upset about that. Gathered myself, got back to town, said I was going to come to this meeting. And I come tonight just to say to you all, commissioners, and the city of Lake Worth Beach, we're losing people. So for myself, and I'm pretty sure you all feel the same way, we're losing people now. So I surely don't want to lose one red cent of this money. So all of us, I commission all of us to look into this seriously. We're losing people. We don't want to lose any of this money, and we can do something with this money to help the city out. We're always going to have the homeless with us. They ain't going nowhere. They ain't going nowhere. The homeless always going to be with us. It's just like the sun. We can't do nothing with the sun, but what it let us do with it. Get some solar panels and use them. So what I'm trying to say to the commission tonight is that let's do our homework, commissioners. City of Lake Worth, let's do our homework, spend this money, and not lose one red cent. We need every cent.
We're not going to let that happen. Thank you. Up next, Retha Lowe, followed by Wes Blackman, followed by Greg Richter. Good evening, Ms. Lowe.
And congratulations to you, May. Rita Lowe, 1301 12th Avenue South, Lake Worth Beach. Just want to say that a lot have been said that I anticipated saying, but I want to know why we didn't go over, didn't put up on the screen projects that we had, the communities have been asking for before you brought up a motion. I agree with the homeless. I live with them every day down in Lake Worth area, down in the Osborne area. We got plenty of homeless people, and we help them as best we can. The idea that the city manager brought in about the PBSO and other agencies, of what Vice Mayor Malinga said, sure, we're gonna do that. And we should always look after the idea of our homeless. But I don't think we should be voting on anything until we put the list up on some of these projects that we've already talked about and asked for and need in our community. We're not saying to Commissioner McBoy that we should not discuss it. It should be discussed. We should do something about it. But I don't think we should be making motions on that one issue before we discuss the other issues. And one of the issues that we've been asking for and begging for and been told for the last 3 or 4 years, that we really need a fence around IA Bank Cemetery. And with some of this money that we have, we as a city and as a community in the Osborne area, in my area, I'm expecting this commission to fulfill their obligation of what they should be doing for our community.
Thank you. Up next, Wes Blackman, followed by Greg Richter, followed by Peggy Fisher.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Wes Blackman, 241 Columbia Drive. Hope you're doing well tonight. I'm concerned about this December 31st, 2024 deadline. So I would wholeheartedly recommend going with the staff recommendation of creating the special funds so that you're out of that shadow of that deadline. And I think there's ample time to deal with the pilot program for homeless or whatever social service is pressing to meet the needs of our community. But I think the exercise that really needs to be done, and I'm surprised it hasn't been done yet, is if you look at the 2024 Capital Improvement Program, you have, if I'm reading this right, that blue column, the right column,
Yep.
has $11 million of unfunded projects in it.
Yep.
So
That's what I was referring
the
to.
exercise should be to see which projects are eligible for the restricted money and apply those and get those going. And then not just wave the flag and say, come in with a proposal and we're
Right.
willing to hear it.
Yeah.
So that's my uninitiated recommendation.
I mean, some of these are very concrete projects that we're talking about. Okay, up next is Greg Richter, followed by, I think, Peggy Fisher, followed by Darcy Hamilton.
Good evening, Greg Richter, 1202 South Palmway. I also want to talk about, the unfunded capital improvement projects you've left on the table. And one that you brought a really good point up last meeting about the forever chemicals that are in most of our nation's water supply. We don't know where they all are. The one thing we have here in Lake Worth, we have a system that they believe does filter that out with the reverse osmosis system. You left 3.9 million, thank you for coming up with that other 200,000. You left 3.9 million on the table in your budget, an unfunded, on finding more wells. And I think there's going to be a battle in Florida to get more water as cities are trying to improve their systems. I think we should get more water sources. And then secondly, improve our, add to our capacity. Because the one thing that you can do with this, if we can add our capacity beyond what we're doing, we could be selling our water to other municipalities that don't have it. I think Riviera Beach, did you see the bill this morning they got hit with? $300 million bill they need to redo their water, and they budgeted 100 million in 2020, then COVID came around, post-COVID, 200 million, and this morning it came out at 300 million. So I think this is a good investment in it. As far as the homeless, I love the idea of trying to find a pilot project. I really like it. But just not knowing what it is and just to throw this one opportunity of money at something we don't know what it is. You're doing a budget process starting next month. Look for that in your budget next month. But let's, put this capital to work, especially on water, which I think is going to become more and more important as this forever chemical thing. Every day, there's something new coming on, and we are so fortunate what we have here. Let's just build upon that.
Thank you. Ms. Fisher, and then Darcy Hamilton, and then Daniel Morgan.
Peggy Fisher, 8th Street, Lake Worth Beach. I agree with the prior two commenters about looking at all the unfunded capital projects that are on your list and have been there. Specifically, two of them, both water projects, were taken off, specifically to allow that this 3.7, now 3.9 million be able to be set aside for this project of a mobile response team. That is what was brought before the public, and that they wanted their water projects completed, not necessarily 3.9 million allocated to a project that was a pilot project, unknown, and one that was duplicating services provided by the county with taxpayer dollars, which we're paying twice. If we set up our own team here, we'll have paid for the county project, and then we'll pay for the Lake Worth project. We need to be smart about how we spend the money we have. And if we have free money, which Arpa funds, sales tax funds, are found money, we need to be smart in how they're allocated. No one says forget the homeless, but there are plenty of projects that exist and nonprofits that serve people that need to be, if they need to be helped, fine, but not to the tune of ignoring our water needs or improving our water plant to keep pulling out these chemicals that were just talked about at your recent pre-agenda meeting, pulling those out of our water. We need to be smart and focus on what benefits everyone in the city and do it with the force of using these dollars to make it better for all of us. I do think timelines need to be watched, and projects don't need to sit for 2 years without anything being done.
We talked about that.
Your annex project was talked about 2 years ago, and that's when you moved customer service out of the annex building. So there was going to be an assessment, and then you were going to do repairs. Well, I haven't seen an assessment yet. So
Thank you, that's time.
Thank you. Darcy Hamilton, followed by Daniel Morgan. It's going on, yes.
Good evening, Darcy Hamilton, Lake Geneva Drive and 1120 Lucerne. I'm the site coordinator at the Recovery Hub. Would love to be part
great.
of that conversation with the Sheriff's Department next week, as we'd love to be part of that team.
Right.
I'm here to talk about the cemetery fencing. I support Ms. Lowe because I know that was passed a long time ago, and it's pretty low cost to have that fencing done around the IA banks. As a third-generation resident of Lake Worth, my entire family is buried at Pinecrest Cemetery, including my mother. We do not want a fence around that cemetery. We do not want gates around that cemetery. That's a great cemetery. We all learn to ride our bikes in that cemetery because it's a pretty safe place. I watch children play soccer in that cemetery every evening. It's a very nice family park that people can safely walk their dogs in. So it's a very expensive project, and a mausoleum is not really necessary. And we do not want a fence around that cemetery. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel Morgan. And thank you for your work at the Hub.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Daniel Morgan, 331 South J Street, Apartment 4. I'm here to give comment on the ARPA funds being allocated for social services in the city. I think the discussion is very similar to the discussions that were had around mobility in the city, right? There is obviously a lot of money at the county level, state level that goes towards public transportation. But we've recognized as residents, as citizens of Lake Worth Beach, that we need a little extra, right, for our city to address our mobility needs. So that's why the city and the CRA partnered together to fund the circuit project, right, that last mile. I think if you take that mentality, you apply it to social services, it's the same thing. Of course, state level, nationwide, county level, there's a lot of different programs, there's a lot of different nonprofits doing this type of work. But you go to any one of those nonprofits, they will tell you the same thing. There's much more demand than there is supply. So for us to really see the results we want to see in our city, I mean, take that as our own responsibility, not put it off on the county or on the state. We need to really invest the money necessary to see some type of outcome. I think a lot of people are discouraged by a lot of government initiatives because they're just half measures. They're not really fully invested. I think the worst thing you could possibly do is overinvest in this project and over succeed in addressing the real needs and concerns of some of the most vulnerable people in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Evelyn, I don't say your last name, Ukoyo?
That's okay.
Okay.
Evelyn Rucuyo, 15 South Gulfview, thank you very much. So I'd like to follow up on a few comments made by the board. So Commissioner Malega had mentioned that she was homeless. And again, one of our former Commissioner Stokes had mentioned that this topic with homelessness, which had the faces of a few commissioners on the mailers talking about homelessness and it being an issue and it being a hot topic. The fact that former Commissioner Stokes was actually to blame, which I thought was incredibly unfair and distasteful. And again, I think that the main issue, which has been an ongoing issue, is the lack of communication between the different departments and the different parts of the body that makes the city of Lake Worth. I like the fact, Jamie, that there is conversation with PBSO, but I don't like the fact that it's still being in process. There's this timeline that we're referring to. And I guess it's just from me being born in New York City, if I don't see it get done, I'm going to do it myself. And I think that that is a motto that maybe Lake Worth can take hold is, you know what, this has been an ongoing issue. I know that this isn't going to be a one and done thing, but I don't think that that is the right mentality to have when you think about investing. If you think stocks, for example, sometimes there is risk involved, but the payout, the fact that you can actually raise people up. You said about jobs. It's hard to have a job when you don't have a place to sleep. And you know what? It's hard to have an ID and a social security card if you misplace one because you don't have a place to live. You can't build yourself up if you don't have the kind of mental and emotional security that comes with living in a home. So please, if this city has a heart, at least just take the time to get the conversation. At least, let's get a proposal together. There is nothing wrong with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anna Maria Winch.
So nice to see you all.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. You're looking very glamorous in your sunglasses today.
Hang on,
Anna Maria Windish.
Anna Maria, hang on one second. Oh, thank you. I was just going to say coffee and act up.
Who brought coffee in here?
Bad me.
Bad you. Go ahead.
Anna Maria Windish Hunt, 404 South C Street on the other side of the tracks, or Royal Point, Sienna, or the Artisan District. Today, amazingly, I sat with a woman who is homeless, has a 2-year-old anchor baby, was born here in St. Mary's or something. And I've been really thinking about what is going on. And you all poo-poo the fact that 8 people live in a house or 2 families share a small apartment. I get it. They are helping each other. Okay? So what I was proposing, feet on the ground, we have a lot of property. Just the other day, I made a map this big of every property owned by CRA and the city that are empty. We have a lot more empty space if you take into consideration all the habitat houses that are built on a double lot, but really only have a half a lot on their property. Sarah Malay lives on one of those. What I'm suggesting, if you have these Habitat people and they are in need of help, offer them $5,000 for half their lot and build a tiny home for someone that needs it. Sounds simple to me. I don't know your budget, but I know my neighbor bought his lot for $68,000, split it in half, then asked 72 each, then sold it to the CRA for over 200 and, okay? So the property's out there. You just need to find them, offer people some money, they'll probably take it, and you wouldn't even destroy a tree in the process because it's empty.
Thank you. That's all the blue cards I have. Madam Clerk, do you have, I think you have, all right, we got more cards. Okay, we're mixing up a couple things, so go on. Come on up. Now we've got Adela Bell. We're talking Carla Bloxon, followed by Adele Bell, followed by Trudy Lowe. Thank you.
Carla Bloxon, 1802 Pierce Drive. The fastest growing population in homelessness is seniors. We don't talk about how a person has worked their whole lives and they get to be 65 years old and they lose their home and they're homeless. We don't talk about the things that we really need to talk about in this city. But I want to share some good news. In this city, we have 180 apartments that are going to be allotted for 55 and older people. The Lord's Place is opening Brickell House for 200 people on their waiting list. Okay, the county homeless facility has over 60 apartments that they have. We have allotted $2.5 million set aside for affordable housing. This does not include the amount of money that the CRA has donated to Habitat for Humanity and other community partners to battle homelessness. So let's not get so caught up in what we haven't done.
Mm-hmm.
Let's take what we have done and build on it.
Thank you.
Let's have those conversations to say, how can we prevent homelessness by giving people jobs? How can we give them services? How can we target places like Arms of Hope? When Patrick has someone to come before him, he not only talks about the fact that they're homeless, they're hungry, they have medical problems. You know, those agencies are boots on the ground. They're already tackling our homeless problem. And Lord knows we do not need another study. We have put so much money towards studies in this city. If we allotted that money for homelessness, we'd be halfway to solving the problem. We are not doing that. And as far as the cemetery is concerned, when we had the human fence around the cemetery, Commissioner Diaz said, it's on the list, it's a priority. We love our cemetery, it's historic, and it needs to be so much better. I think there's plenty of opportunity there, and we're just finding the roadmap with balancing the other needs of the city. This is a need, and people have asked you for it. And I am not, if people don't want Pinecrest Cemetery fenced around, I'm okay with that. But at least look at IA Banks, because people have asked for that. And that is $100 and something thousand, which is less money than you've allotted for other things in the city. So let's be strategic in our unfunded projects. Let's talk about not only homelessness is not our only issue on the table. And when people don't have clean water, when people don't have a place to stay, when people don't have the things that they need to thrive in this city, let's not dump it all and say, we aren't doing anything. We are doing a lot, and we are only less than 7 square miles. So we are probably doing more than cities who have a lot more money and who are a lot larger than us. So let's stop talking down on Lake Worth. Thank you.
Ms. Blox, actually, didn't Joan Sierra state a number of how many more houses we've created than do you know that number?
Yes.
Would you just answer that?
We have allotted over 60 homes to community partners, and that's Habitat for Humanity, community partners, Adopt a Family, places that have built homes for people right here in Lake Worth. One of the things that they are talking about is taking those lots and dividing them. Someone spoke about that earlier. If you could divide the lot in half and put 2 homes on the lot, but that's going to require an ordinance change by all of you. And when I ask you to think outside the box, I expect you to. Don't come to me and say, we can't do this, because we are not having those conversations. Thank you.
Well, all right. Okay.
I feel like I just got reprimanded.
I feel like we got spanked a little bit. Miss Lowe? No, we're playing with you. Miss Lowe, and then Cornay Phillips.
Left.
I think Miss Lowe left.
Yeah, Ms. Trudy left. yeah.
Okay, but she has something. IA Bank Cemetery is well kept by the community. I would not mind a fence going up for beautification, but I'm more concerned about the pine crest ceremony as it is being neglected. Thank you. And very mistreated by some residents. Thank you. That was Ms. Lowe's comment. Ms. Phillips, we desperately need a fence to secure our cemetery on A Street. There is vandalism and too open to the public. All right, she's on South. That's Cornay Phillips, 1421 South H Street, and Ramsey McLeod. Do you have anything else to say? All right. Okay, yeah, okay, on the RFP, okay, thank you.
Not
Okay.
to muddy the waters, but how come we never talk about, I just was thinking about this, why don't we ever talk about funding childcare? Because to me, when we talk about major issues and concerns in this city, I'm like, we have this pile of money that we can really focus on being impactful. And to partner with some of our childcare partners in addition to, I think would really be beneficial.
That would be a recurring obligation, correct?
We could talk about it. I'm just saying, because I'm listening to this about, the homeless in this place and what is really our biggest issues and what makes people broke. Childcare is at the top of needs
All
right
right,
now.
so, thank you. Now, it's 10 after 7. Ms. May is begging for a.
I'm sorry.
I second the motion.
Yeah, Madam Clerk, I know you have comments. Is that what you were going to say?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to take a little break, and we'll be back. And we'll read them then. Thank you. We'll be right back.
We're going to take a little break. Be a commercial. We're going to take a little bit.
Madam Clerk? Nobody listens to me. Nobody listens
Mayor,
to
I'm
me.
here.
I'm only the mayor. All right, folks, let's settle down, calm down. We want to get started. Folks, I'm not using my gavel. Not using the gavel. Don't have to. God. All right, so, Madam Clerk?
I think we're missing our
No, she's
manager.
up. He was just there. He was just there. Where'd he go?
I thought he was here too, but I don't see him.
Oh, you're just waiting for Jamie now.
I know, I see he's not there yet.
All right. What's this?
I might. Let's get a better offer.
Yeah, you can still get stuck down.
Calling Mr. Brown.
Right, so
Carla. It's Carla.
What? Okay, Mr. Brown has said he's on his way and it's okay to start. Can you hear me?
Madam
Okay,
Mayor, it's 7:25 and we have reconvened.
All right, okay, thank you very much. Welcome back, everyone. Okay, folks, let's get under control. We're all barking at each other tonight. So where were we? We have,
we were at-
I know, it was a rhetorical question. We have,
I'm sorry.
we have some public comment from the Madam Clerk that has been sent in. Please proceed.
Okay, Barry Katz, 418 North Federal Highway, Unit 28. Dear Commissioners, here's hoping that no one you love ever has substance abuse issues or becomes homeless. If they did, you might recognize that it's not a crime to lose one's domicile or become substance addicted. Criminalizing what is currently one of society's most pressing issues is short-sighted and cowardly. Newly elected Commissioner May campaigned on her imaginative and compassionate solutions to this problem. It doesn't take much imagination to lock them up and hope they never return to our town. The city already had funds available through Arpa. Here's hoping you vote to allocate a percentage of those funds to address the real human issues and not just kick the can down the road. Irene Katz, 418 North Federal Highway. Criminalizing homelessness is a knee-jerk, money-wasting, morally repugnant reaction to a complex issue that affects all citizens. Using a percentage of ARPA funds to address homelessness in a comprehensive, thoughtful, sustainable way is essential. As a community, we can do better than locking up poor people. Gail Silverblatt, 414 North Ocean Breeze. I am one of the founding members of Neighbors Encouraging Shade Trees, or NEST. ARPA funding is being discussed. Tonight's agenda lists items from staff and the dais for these funds. We know there is a Parks and Recreation survey for $225,000, but will this survey and funding produce more shade trees? We would like to see designated funding for planting shade trees on public property, including shading streets and sidewalks, as well as in parks in all of our districts. Many trees have been cut down in our neighborhoods, but are not being replaced. We need to cool the city to make it more livable for visitors and residents. Don't forget, 2023 will be the hottest year on record, and 2024 is predicted to be even hotter. We know we need shade trees now. Jeannie King, 1134 19th Avenue North. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. I'm new to making comments, so I hope you are receiving this. I moved to Lake Worth Beach because of its many unique characteristics and unique characters. I was proud to vote for Mayor Resch because she represents what is best about our town: compassion, commitment, and change for the better. I heard all of you speak in this past election on issues important to my family, and I trust you to do the best for our city. As you consider the options for the ARPA funds, please look at the critical issue of homelessness that is impacting so many. We need more services to address this crisis, not more police, more services. COVID and its consequences is a big part of what created the high housing cost. So it doesn't make sense to use ARPA funds to help remedy the root causes. Please give this your consideration. We need to assist people, not just push them out. Thank you for your time. Daniel Fisher, 508 North A Street. Fire Rescue and PBSO have long said there is a lack of case management and there is a lack of streamlined services for mentally ill, homeless, and drug addicts. Governor DeSantis is about to pass a law that cities are not allowed to have homeless on the street. Commissioner May has said that arresting someone could just save someone's life. Many are starting from the bottom. If you look at countries like Finland, the number of homeless people has fallen sharply. The country applies the housing first concept. Those affected by homelessness receive a small apartment and counseling without any preconditions. 4 out of 5 people affected by this make their way back into a stable life. Like my ex-wife has stated, we should spend at least $1 million on the homeless people instead of making it uncomfortable for them to live here, because as humanitarians, we need to care for the people who live here. For example, Southeast Florida Behavior Services has care coordinators who can help streamline services to those leaving the hospital or jail. The way it's working now is the person is arrested, they go back to jail, they are released, and they go back to drugs, and then the cycle starts all over again. The person has 50 charges using our tax money for a problem that is not resolving itself. Fire Rescue comes out, more tax money is used on a mentally ill person, but no case manager to help the mentally ill to receive the help they need. Thomas Conboy, 30 South M Street. I support using the ARPA funds for the Mobile Response Unit project. This could really help those in our community with the most needs. If this works out as planned, there are grants that can be sought to continue the program. It has worked in other communities, and these dollars are well spent. Brittany Merriweather, 219 North L Street. My comment is regarding the earmarked yet unobligated restricted ARPA funds of $3.7 million. I firmly advocate for these funds to be exclusively reserved for our community's most vulnerable groups: the food insecure, the houseless, the unemployed, and those requiring mental and physical health services. Crisis intervention offers only temporary relief. It's time we develop long-term strategies that tackle the underlying causes of these issues and truly uplift our community members. This funding entirely dedicated to implementing a comprehensive strategy to address these issues. Every member of this commission has said that they want to address the root causes of homelessness. So here's your chance to do it. And the last comment is from Tuesday Gilliam, 518 North A Street. Commenting tonight about the ARPA funds that are intended for projects that impact the whole city. Ask anyone in Lake Worth Beach their top concerns, and you will likely hear them say housing costs, homelessness, addiction, and mental health. Like so many cities, we are in a crisis. You are the elected leaders, and we need you to get serious about addressing these issues. We need more social services, more direct services in Lake Worth Beach. We got millions in ARPA funds, and none of it has gone to these issues. I know so many people struggling because of the ways COVID and Airbnb impacting housing costs. More and more families are homeless or close to being homeless. They are not criminals. They don't need policing. They need social workers and direct assistance. Please use your position as elected officials to be community leaders and use these funds for the communities that most need it, not for a pool or for fences or more police. Make a plan on how to address this crisis with the input of those who are actually impacted. Thank you.
Is that it?
Yes,
Whoop.
Madam Mayor. That was
Okay,
the
thank
last
you. Usually you tell me if that's the end. Okay, great. Thank you very much. So we have a motion on the floor. We have a second. We have a light, Mr. McBoy?
Yes, I did hear some feedback from my fellow colleagues. I think I'm hearing sort of a consistent flavor. We don't need a crisis management team. What we need is more in the direction of case management, things that work long-term. I think I heard some concern about the timing. I think I heard a little bit of a concern about the amount of money that we commit to this, although I'm hearing differing views from the community, some for, some less. But so I want to make slight amendment to the motion. Hopefully it'd be a little more acceptable. And so I move that we provide policy direction to staff to bring back to us in 45 to 60 days, give it a little bit more time, still a written proposal from one or more qualified and experienced nonprofit organizations with knowledge, experience in dealing with homelessness, mental health, substance abuse, showing a coordinated plan, so definitely coordinated with all the various agencies that are already doing work for reducing homelessness and the mental health and substance abuse in Lake Worth Beach, and that we specifically not allocate, I'm not saying spend, I'm not saying fund, I'm saying specifically not allocate until we get that report back and we all look at it, 4% of the combined 40 million, so I think that's 1.6 million, that we simply not allocate that until we get that report. What we do at that point, that's up to us. If we get a report that says we only need $200,000 and we can fix everything, hey, cool. Then we've got 1.4 million available to do. I suspect that what somebody from the audience said is almost any agency that works on this will tell you we're always under-resourced. But that's my modified suggestion.
Is there a agreement to amend it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So, I mean, we've talked this a lot.
I know, I was just going through the capital improvement projects, listening to everyone. I do love, I like your readjusted, amended third time motion. For me, after looking over the capital improvements and knowing when listening to what everybody said, I think $1 million would be a good number because we could knock out another 2.9 in capital improvements. So I would love to support the motion with $1 million cap.
Remember, this is not a cap.
I know,
This is
I'm
a
just-
set aside for the 60 days
So
and
we-
see what they come
Can
back.
we lower it to 2.5%, since you want to use percentages? Listen, I got $11 million of the needs over here. I'm trying.
Yeah, really, I
trying to
mean,
help.
we have a
So
lot of.
Again, I'm trying to support the motion, and.
And I hear you, and I-
I think it's a great process that we're going through. Again, I want to talk about other things like job creation, but I would love to support this, but I think 2.5 or $1 million cap, I would be more comfortable with supporting the motion.
Okay, and I can't support the motion for the reason that I think it's just too random. We're going to get some, groups from the area, and we don't know who they are, we don't know what, and give them 60 days to come back with a comprehensive report on the homeless situation in the city of Lake Worth. I think it's unreasonable. So, I mean, I think we need to address this issue, certainly. I just don't think that's particularly the way to do it. So I won't be able to support it. So we're going to call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
All against? Nay? Okay, it fails. And we're still going to we have plenty to talk about.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, who were the nays?
Myself, Commissioner May, and Commissioner Malega.
Thank you.
Okay, so.
I have another motion unrelated to that. It was the thing that Mr. Brown brought up about unused funds, things that get removed in the future, comes back to us, a policy comes back to us to decide what's going to happen to that money.
Oh, yeah.
And quarterly updates.
So that's a
Okay,
policy change.
so just
Second.
say it in a little
Okay.
more motiony way.
It's a legal word, motiony. So I move to start the policy of unused and funds that get taken off of the list in the future to come back to the dais to decide on what's going to happen next with that money, and also quarterly reports on status update.
So like
Second.
amendments to the spending would come before us?
If money becomes available, if things
Right.
come off the list, it comes back to us.
Okay.
And in that new fund that we're going to
That's-
create, which,
Unnamed.
right, I'm not, right.
Wait, what fund?
The,
The 3.9?
Swap money.
no, the
Swap
money,
money.
the new
swap
fund,
money.
yeah.
Yeah, okay, great.
I don't like calling it, don't,
If I-
swamp
if I-
and slush, let's avoid those words.
No, no, not
But
slush.
that,
Swap is perfect. All right, we have a motion, we have a
If I may,
second. I can't hear
for-
you.
for
Oh,
the
I'm
rec-
sorry. I'm
For the
like, woo.
record, so when we allocate these projects during the budget process, once they're allocated and it's given a project number, we cannot deliberately change, if there's a balance left, unused funds, we cannot change it without your approval. That's part of our
Right.
already, so I don't know if you.
this, but this was specific to, because we had Mr. Brown brought the funds, that the new fund that we're going to create, specific to that.
It applies
'Cause
to
it's-
all the capital projects, all the
Yeah.
capital. So this would be considered, that's already.
As
locked
long
in.
as it's CIP.
Even if it's not CIP, if it's
Right.
if it's already a project code allocated to it, we're not allowed to change it without your approval.
Okay.
In general, that's just a general
That's
policy.
good. Right. Okay.
So I don't know if it's gonna change the.
So just
motion.
follow you, so you just,
Follow
Okay,
up.
so it'll still be covered by general policy, okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
And we'll
then-
get quarterly updates.
And do you need policy or a change for quarterly updates, or can you just get staff direction?
No, just staff direction.
Okay.
Yes.
yeah. Yeah. You'll do it. We know you will. Okay, so, all right, we have, moving right along. Item B.
Right. So the next item is to give you a quick
Sales
update
tax.
on the discretionary sales tax. This is an update as of April 2024.
Is that
so
this chart?
month.
Is that-
No, that's the capital,
Oh.
the other one.
It was attached to the presentation. Maybe this one? Yep. It says
No, that's a request for, did I get one?
Do you have a big wad of them?
Wait, oh, thank you. Yeah, I haven't seen this one. Yeah, this one isn't, we don't have this one. I don't have.
There it is. It's in there
attached to your.
about two-thirds of the way through, roughly.
There we go. Is that it? No, I didn't get it. This one, okay.
There you go.
There we go. Discretionary sales tax overview, April
Yes.
2024.
And it's also projected on the screens, so. All right, so what we have collected to date is approximately 25 million. You can see that for fiscal year '24, year-to-date up through March is approximately 2 million. So I projected an additional 2 million, given what we collected in '23. So in total, that comes up to 25.1. What we have committed to date, obviously, we have the total expenses, what we have spent already, as you can see in the last column, from fiscal year '17 through '23, is about $6 million, right? And then we also have commitment for the famous $6 million. So just want to make it clear that money is there. It's not, hidden anywhere. The money is in the sales tax. It's locked in.
6 million?
$6 million.
Plus 50,000.
All right.
And 50,000, yes. So, and also for the debt service for the bond that we had issued back in 2020, for both fiscal year '22 through '24, we had 3.6 million. That's also been committed for that purpose. And then other capital project commitment. If you just give me a second. We have IT, 400,000, recreation, which includes the Sunset Ridge Park, 100,000, the Parks Open Space Recreation Master Plan, 225,000, and South Palm Playground, 150. So that brings the total for recreation for 475,000. The garage sales tax was going to contribute $1 million. And for street maintenance, the sidewalk and ADA special project, $322,000. And the streets and sidewalks also, that's the $1 million that was approved to use sales tax from fiscal year 22 through 25 for $4 million.
$1 million a year, year over year, okay.
Yes.
I have a question when it says funds spent to date. If you scroll up a little bit, those little, like, number 1 and 2, the red
Yes.
1 and 2, $2,462,675.
Yes.
It says includes Bohemian fee, $2,458,988, or 958. Is that, I know it's the garage, I mean, I get that.
Yeah.
A little more specific question than that. Are we paying that that's what the city to pay to the Bohemian, to build the Bohemian, and it included the things,
Yeah,
the
that
parking
was
garage,
The
correct?
incentive program that we gave for the Bohemian was 2.4. We already spent that money.
Okay, so that's gone.
That's gone
So
already.
are we not sending them $70,000 a
Yes,
year?
we are, well, I don't want to say unfortunately, but we have,
So, all right, wait, wait.
Use the parking garage, people.
So we've already, just so that I understand,
we are obligated.
we've already
to-
given them 2.5 million.
Correct, yes.
And we're giving them $70,000 a year?
I would approximately
80?
90,000.
A year, and what is that
So
for?
it's 70,000 for 120 parking spaces at least that we're leasing.
All right, and,
So there's 70 and then there's common area, what is it called? Common area maintenance.
right,
That we get charged about 15 to 20, so I had
And
up to like 90,000.
how long is that obligation to give the Bohemian $90,000 a year for?
Perpetuity?
I don't know. Forever?
Yeah.
Mr. Waters is coming up.
Listen, I'm paying my part, my Jeep's over there right now,
Thank you.
paying to charge.
Good evening, William Waters, Community Sustainability Director. How it's set up, it's a 30-year lease. The lease is, I think, $74,000 a year for the first 10 or 12 years, plus a max of the CAM, common area maintenance not to exceed the $74,000. And after that 9th or 10th year, that number doubles and goes to $144,000.
Wait a minute.
With the
Wait,
same
say
cap on the CAM.
You're going to have to run that by slowly.
Say that again. So 70
90,000
odd plus some change,
The rent.
and then it
The
doubles?
lease is the 74,000.
Plus,
And then the common area maintenance cannot exceed 74,000, but it's, and I guess, the finance director has a number, but it can go as high as this, equal to the lease amount
so we can pay them $140,000 a year?
for like 8 to 10
Hey,
years, I
well,
believe it is.
round it.
And then what?
And then the subsequent time period of the lease, which is another 20 years, it can go to 144,000 for the lease, and the CAM can also not exceed that number.
It can go or it will go?
Don't know, because I don't know, I can't tell you in 10 years what the common area maintenance is going to be on the parking garage,
Well-
but the maximum it could be is equal to the lease amount.
So let's say
And the lease
$80,000
definitely goes to 144.
a
It
year.
doesn't, I didn't say that, I said it cannot exceed that number.
Right.
That's the max, the common area maintenance could be 400,000 a year, but you're only gonna pay 144,000.
Okay, so $80,000 a year.
And the lease for the parking might go up from the 74, but it,
It does
It's-
go up to, after the certain time period, I think it's the 8th or 9th year.
that's
it
what I'm
doubles and
saying.
goes to
It
144.
yeah, so it does, that's not a,
That's fixed, yes.
Wow. Really, so that's quite
And if I
the,
have the numbers of the years off, it's not off by a
no,
lot.
that's, yeah.
Thank
Well, that's, yeah, park at the Bohemian.
I don't know, do you think in the future, we can get a, don't leave, don't you even try to jump out that door. Can we try to get some kind of financial snapshot on what we've made in parking tickets? I saw a boot on somebody's car a couple months ago, all of these things.
These are conversations that we have had and continue to have at staff level with our finance director. Obviously, this was done prior to Yannick, prior to
Us, all of us.
It is a great deal for someone else, not so much for us.
Jeez.
So we are actively trying to figure out how we can generate more revenue.
Maybe we
there
need to
and
hire
drive
one of those
more-
sign twirler people that show people to park that way. You know, people that dance and sing. Park
It
this
is
way.
something that obviously we're not obligated to, on an annual basis, that we're going to have to see how are we gonna have to offset this. And obviously coming up in our budget discussions, there will be, different things we're gonna be discussing on the revenue generation side of things, so.
Maybe we could put tiny homes down. What? What'd you say?
people will park there for vanilla ice.
Hopefully, whenever it gets it done. Well, little bit. And charge them. Jesus. Okay, well, I didn't realize that we had
you
also
still
paid
have
them
more,
2.5
right?
million. I thought it was just the $90,000 a year.
I think
Okay.
Yonex still has more.
So, all right, so I rudely interrupted. Where were we?
It's not a problem. We're at the sidewalks, we're almost finishing. And then the last project that we committed for is the beach property, ocean rescue and beach property, maintenance, the staff offices. 700,000, we had a budget amendment that increased from 500,000 to 700,000. So in total, we have commitment to date is 22.5 million. So currently, right now, the funding that you have available from sales tax that's not committed to anything is 2.6 million, approximately,
For this year.
as of today, yes.
Okay, now sales tax, educate me, is running out
Yes.
soon, right?
Yes.
And we've had
it is.
meetings at the Florida League of Cities because the municipalities want to continue it, and the county said flat out, no, they will not support it because they want it to go only to transportation
Yes,
at this point.
correct.
Right, which we're going to have to beg for a few dollars for, so it's distressing.
So that's why I went over the minutes from February.
How much
from the
longer, how many more
committees.
years? It's only like,
We only have one more year.
One more year.
Unfortunately, yes. So
Right.
they reduced it to one, they're predicting the will end December 2025. So what I did a little projection of what the proceeds are going to be for fiscal year 25.
uh,
I was very conservative, obviously, because we've been collecting about 4 million, so I put 3.5 million. And the commitment for the remaining debt service for sales tax that we had initially was 2.4. So that brings us down, that gives us projected net income of about $1 million. So we may have an additional $1 million by the end of 25.
At the end of next year.
Yes.
yeah. That's,
Next year.
so essentially, it's, I'm gonna really ballpark numbers here, like 3 million.
Give or
or
take,
right,
yes.
Total, non-recurring,
That's,
and that has not been pledged to anything. That money has not been
Correct.
pledged. It's not the garage at the Bohemian, it's not, okay.
no problem.
So we have, once again, we have some money that won't come back that we need to decide what to do with. And what kind of restrictions are there on, I mean, I see what we've been doing with it.
It's mainly for capital projects.
Right.
So for road improvements, or if you
Okay,
have
so
building
when you
improvements.
said the magic word, as much as we hear about homeless, I hear about potholes. More, probably, and the condition of our roads.
Correct.
So, from my perspective, if we have $3 million to spend that we're never going to get back again, it's an opportunity to put it into the roads. That's just my first impression. I see some lights on.
I wanted
don't know.
to, I'll just
Oh, I'm
finish
sorry.
up this note. So you'll notice here the debt service, so the respective funds that are paying back the debt are pretty much self-sufficient so far. Maybe one fund may be struggling. So sales tax has not been debt service yet.
Oh,
So that could be a potential savings in the future, just to let
I
you.
don't understand that.
Yeah, I didn't either.
So the debt service, the commitment that we have there for debt service, right? We were supposed to send the money to the respective funds that when we issued the bond back in 2020.
That's the 2.4 million.
3.6
Oh, 3
plus the 2.4 that's remaining
Okay.
for next year, right? So those funds, the funds have been paid the bond with its own operating revenues. So these commitment for debt service, I would wait until the program is over, but there could be potential savings in the future but I will not do anything at this point, and I just wanted to inform you.
There might be some good news,
It could be
but
some
don't
good
count
news.
on it.
Exactly.
And this is debt service, just again to educate everybody, this is debt service on bonds that we've taken out, things like
Correct,
that? Yeah.
yes.
Okay, okay. Ms. Malega?
So I have a couple questions.
Sure.
What is the maturity date for the bonds?
2040.
Okay. I'm probably not going to be here then. Second of all, I love the sales tax was spent without really having a backup plan, so I'm glad that we're being very financially responsible right now. When I look at what was spent with the open checkbook, I call it back then, I can't help but rub my head and go, how many times do we pay for a parking study, and where is it, and why aren't we using it? 2018, parking study for the purpose of planning, designing, and construction of a downtown parking program and garage, $64,000.
Yep.
2019, more purchases. This is property acquisition for parking facilities. This is when everybody bought up the L&M properties for a parking garage that we still don't have. And then there's an additional, in 2020, parking study, $30,000. 2021, parking study, $12,000. 2022, parking study. Where's the parking study? That's not on you. That's just a general staff question. I would love to see this parking study, because we keep saying we need one, but apparently we're paying for
Right.
one.
Apparently we have one.
Second of all, I've asked this question of Joan and of Ms. Carla. The funds that we used, $1,230,000 for property acquisition for the construction of a surface parking lot. Again, $627,000. This is the potential property where W Moda, and I'm keeping my fingers crossed that this will come to fruition, will come. So I just want us to keep in mind that, number one, if that property comes and they build a parking garage that's public access, we will not get this money back. We'll actually get the return on our investment. But number two, if they don't build a parking garage, we should be getting some of this money back per penny sales tax on what it was supposed to be used for. And that's over $2.5 million. So just, I want us to keep in mind that when the W Moda project comes forward, that a lot of that money that was allocated was for a parking garage for public parking spaces. Not that we're gonna spend another $2.5 million from the Bohemian with a consistent maintenance program. So again, this money's been spent, but I just wanna make sure that we keep in mind when we negotiate with W Moda, hey, we know what we spent to get this property. We know what it's supposed to be used for, and if we don't, we want to be reimbursed for it.
We need to get
Because this
back.
is the city's money.
Correct.
Even
we
though the
need to-
CRA is doing the negotiation.
We need to pay that sales tax back, is my understanding.
Yeah, well, yes, at some point,
Yeah.
but right now, the funds are,
Right now, it's fine
When we
because we
get it.
haven't,
I
we
mean,
haven't done
right, when it
anything with the
comes in.
property,
Correct,
right?
yes.
So I just want to make sure that we're mindful of that in the near future when we have this W Moda conversation.
Bohemian lease, $2.5 million. Beautiful. Okay, so what's next?
so the next,
Oh, Mr. McBoy has his light on, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And so does Mr. Brown. We're gonna, do you mind if I ask Mr. Brown first? He might
I
answer
was
your
going to
question.
suggest
Yeah.
that, so we have
Mr. Brown.
on the same wavelength.
So, as you mentioned,
Yeah, we have a-
Vice Mayor, there have been multiple, we had the initial parking study. It sat because at that point in time, it was parked. There was not, after it had been paid for and actually done, there was not an appetite at the time to bring that forward. So it sat, and then when it came up again, then it needed to be updated because of all of the, you need current traffic data and everything else. So this process has happened a few times where updated, sat, updated, sat. I believe the last one was last year, and I believe it was WGI, I can't remember if it was October, I'd have to look at the actual date, that sometime in 2023, there was a task order with WGI to basically update the parking study. I will have to get back with you guys as to where that currently is, because I'm not sure. So I'll get with Carlos Bastos, our parking supervisor, and Tiana tomorrow to kind of see what the latest is or where that currently resides, because I know there was a task order that had been approved. I'm just not sure where that currently is at the moment. So
Thank you, sir.
We'll find out.
And I see that it was fiscal year 2022 that the $2.5 million came out for the Bohemian. That was that was not, I just want to make it clear, we did not approve that. That was something that was approved. Well, we had to, I mean, we were committed to it.
Yeah, we didn't have much choice.
Yep. Okay. So keep going.
No, that's
it.
pretty much concludes the discussion sales tax. I would like to continue with our CIP projects. So this is the capital,
Before we go to that one, can I
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
put in a comment? I have a lengthy motion here, which I would like to read, and, no, I don't. I have two very small asks, I think, and I don't have a strong feeling about whether they would come out of the restricted ARPA funds, if they could, or out of the sales tax. I think they probably would fit better in the sales tax, but I don't know. They are as follows. I have mentioned them before. One is the community that is near the lagoon has repeatedly asked, and I've repeatedly brought it up, and I think we even committed verbally as a commission to fund access to the lagoon at the end of some of the right-of-ways. This is at Wellesley and at R Street. Did you know we had an R Street? We do. It's very small, but we have one. And piece of the right-of-way ends at the lagoon. We did some excellent drainage work. Well, I didn't do it, but the water department and sewer department did, stormwater. Some excellent work on improving the drainage outflows. Probably there's some back valves on it. It's all good. But what used to be ground sloping down to the lagoon, and you could just haul your paddleboard, a kayak, or walk, or your dog, or whatever, and walk into the lagoon, can't do that at this point because the ground was raised up. There's a concrete wall. There's a gate, a railing on it, which makes it very difficult and not very safe to take a kayak or a paddleboard across that. I would like to request from my colleagues that we agree and give Mr. Hetty the thumbs up and Mr. Brown to move forward with simply a sloped way to get down to the water safely. Probably would need a railing. You would need some way to open up a piece of the railing that's along the east, north, south, along there. Maybe a combination lock that you got to ask the city for the combination or something or other, some scheme to keep it all safe and proper. Mr. Hetty suggested that, and don't hold him to it because it's just a ballpark estimate, but we're probably looking at maybe $50,000. Mr. Brown suggested that we might be able to do the whole thing in-house, not have to go out for anything. And that would leave access to at least a few points much improved for a very small amount of money.
Mr.
And
Diaz?
that's my one ask, and I'll maybe comment now. I have another one, but
Let's take one at a time.
that sounds good.
I'm glad you brought that up. This is something that comes up on both sides of the argument. And my end of town, there's ones where people don't want people to access the right of way, and then there's but there consistently the messaging that comes across is there needs to be keyword safe access to the lagoon because some of these right of ways are outright dangerous. They're attractive nuisances. And I constantly worry about what could happen at some of them. And I think something that's important with this and kind of how you're presenting it, and I've brought this up previously in other meetings, but I think it's really important to look at these right-of-ways and these access points as an entire systemic approach, which includes our golf course in Bryant Park. Mr. Brown and I actually have hopefully one or two important meetings coming up this month regarding this specific issue, which is how do we work with our partners to find other sources of funding, similar to like the fishing docks at Spillway Park. There's avenues of finding funding, whether it's through Florida Inland Navigation District, through DEP, through shoreline softening, which is pretty much exactly what you're talking about. These things are available out there. We have potential partners with County and other agencies. And I just think if we talk about this access, this is, let's talk about it as a systemic thing because some need to be safe. Some quite frankly, might need to be closed off. and people are going to be upset to that, but we need to point out, yes, this one might need to be closed off for safety reasons, but we're committing to finding a safer alternative or avenue to access the lagoon.
Thank you. Ms. May?
I agree with you, Mr. McVoy. My only question is, because thinking about neighbors on Wellesley and R, where would you park?
Well, a couple thoughts. One is not everybody's going to park.
But if you're
Some people will just simply, with a cart or under their arm or on their bicycle, whatever, bring whatever they're going with them. Other people will park. You can park on the right-of-way perfectly easily. I did it the other day to go for hermit crabs in the lagoon. I had to climb over the railing, climb down the thing. Wasn't the safest thing, but it worked. But it would be a whole, and it wouldn't have worked with a boat, with a paddle board or a kayak or whatever. But it was no problem to park there. And I don't think most people would. I think a lot of people would just show up. While I was there, a number of people showed up and walked and did exercises or walked their dog or whatever.
I mean, I have 2 paddlers and a 14-foot sailboat that I would love to have somewhere in the city to just push out and go, but I'm not carrying it from Yale to Wellesley. So that, I mean, I
a real
practically, like, if we're going to do this, because I think it's fabulous, I know, I was talking to somebody in South Palm Park, they said they have an access to the lagoon there. I've never seen it, so I don't know. But I kind of agree here, if we're going to do something like that, let's take what's the easiest to cut through. I mean, those have just been repaired. If we find somewhere that's easy and you can park, I'm totally for that.
I think there's room to park in the right-of-way. You could park a lot of cars in there if you had to. I don't think it will ever be that booming, right, that busy. And you certainly wouldn't do anything to the head wall, to take away what's there now. You just add a ramp and an opening in the railing. So it'd be pretty minor,
Okay.
Okay,
but give a lot of access.
I have a couple question statements. Number one, how many of these in the city do we need for access? I mean, how many do we need? I agree with Mr. Diaz. I don't know exactly what you mean. I have citizens who have homeless camps in those places where they can't enjoy their backyards. So I think that we should there used to be revocable permits, there were some abandonments. I would like to take a look at the entire shore and say, okay, here's one, every few, however many, push-off places you need for kayaks. And then some of them really are public health hazards. And so I'd like to take a look at all of them and say, okay, how many, let's say there's 15 possible things. How many do we need for kayak access? How do we need to just maintain, because the city does not really, once in a while we go in and mow them, that's really all we do. And then how many, and some people are against abandonments because it restricts the access, but if we do say these ones are available publicly, and identify them and keep them safe and keep them looking good, because I've got some folks down on South Lakeside that are living hell because of what's going on down there. So I'd like to take a look at the whole list before we go and do one particular thing.
I don't, that seems rational and reasonable.
Thank you.
To do that, I don't have a problem with it. I do have a problem that I have people who've been asking about this for 3 years, and there's never any
Take
movement.
them down to the, by
The whole
bridge.
idea, I think, I had a very interesting discussion. I've never met him in person. I had a couple long phone calls with him. Somebody who grew up here in Lake Worth and said, when we were kids, you remember Wind in the Willows, that sort of thing. People just went to the lagoon. It wasn't any big deal. They went in.
$8 million houses on
Well,
they were
the
fish
fact that
camps.
there are $1 million houses on it now means that the responsibility is higher on us to make sure that kids can get out.
I'm not
and
arguing
be-
with you. I'm just saying, I think we should just do it in a global way, look at it, make a plan, say these are, here are excesses, here are some that need to be closed off, and just, I'm not disagreeing with you, I'm just saying, it doesn't have to be everyone.
Shouldn't it be
I
part of
would
our
agree with
green
that.
space plan, though,
Right,
too?
that
I
would be
mean, the
another
green
part of
space
that.
plan that we're in the middle of, shouldn't this be part of that?
It should be, but I suspect it won't because they're right-of-ways, and Christie will tell us that technically they're only used for transportation. So make sure that you roll your car when you come in, because then you're transporting it. And you can transport your sailboat. I think that's transportation.
Would
Mr. Brown?
Would
Mr.
Tiana be able to answer that? If we could,
No, I don't think so. I think that's, you can try. Give it a shot.
well, because it's, I mean, it's technically
I
a green
agree.
space. It should be part of the parks plan.
Tiana McKay, Director of Leisure Services. So we do have the open space, open recreation master plan and open space plan that's going on. We are going to be holding public forum. We are going to be meeting with all of you, and we are going to be meeting with different stakeholder groups in the community. And this is definitely an opportunity for somebody to bring this forward and suggest this as an option.
So there's no reason we couldn't include looking at those, even if they're right-of-ways and transportation, looking at them
something that
as
came up.
green space benefit to the city.
If it's green space and how we use our space in our parks, this absolutely could apply. And if it comes forward,
Uh-oh.
then that could be something we could bring forward. It's a joint.
Here he comes.
I'm going to be the Debbie Downer.
Dream crusher.
Per Christie.
I told you, she's
since
the
it's
fun
public
one.
right of way, it has to serve a transportation or pedestrian movement purpose. It cannot be considered open space or parkland. That's why the ones that were redone, and Jamie's very familiar with this, they put in paths with landscaping. It's actually a pedestrian path. It still serves the intent of a public right of way. But it cannot be called an open space. We are going to consider some of them in the study, but they're going to have to remain for a movement of people purpose.
But what if they don't serve that purpose?
Well, then they can't be considered open space. They'd have to be either abandoned, and
Right.
that's one idea was, that I had that was kind of crazy, was to abandon it. The two owners receive each
Right.
half of it, and if we wanted it to be open space, we buy it back as a parcel. And flip it from being, and
Why
flip it
would
from
we
being
do
a right
that?
of way.
Well, keep them.
That which is,
Or the person can keep it.
Yeah,
Yes.
I mean, I think that
And there
these
are
people that I'm
that like
talking
see
to,
the
on
remains.
either side, they would absolutely buy half the,
We can give it away, we can't sell it.
well, then they would graciously take it.
Rights of way are in the public realm and can only be abandoned, they cannot be sold.
Right, and they can do a revocable permit was the other one that we used to do.
Yeah, those are 20 years.
Right. Thank you. Mr. Brown?
So with these right-of-way access points, the one at Wellesley that the Commissioner McVoy was mentioning, I mean, they're kind of different depending, they're all kind of like a case-by-case basis. That one, obviously, there's an elevation difference where you have the wall there and you had to climb over, you said, and actually walk down. Some of the ones down, like in South Palm Park in District 4, there is no elevation issue.
Right.
They're flat, they go right into the water. And the issue, especially down in District 4 that you see in some of those, when you look at the city right-of-way that goes straight out to the lagoon, some of those have, basically, there's no access there. You have mangroves like right in
Right.
front of there. So when people are walking down there, say with kayaks or something, to get to the lagoon, you then have to go to one side or the other, which means you're now trespassing on someone's property, which is where we've run into issues before because you cannot get to the lagoon just using the city right-of-way. You have to go onto someone's property to do that. So these are really a case-by-case basis as far as what we can and can't do in some of these. So it's kind of hard to kind of universally say.
Could we take, though, would it be within staff's ability to really just take a look at each of the those ends of
Yeah.
streets and just say, here, we've got 5 that people are going crazy with homeless people, we got 4 that are great, push-offs for kayaks, and just come back, not a big study, but just here's
Right.
what we've got with some photographs.
Yeah, and obviously, especially on the south end, and I guess some portion on the north now, with the stormwater issues and some of the flooding issues we see when we get high tide and everything else, Mr. Hetty would be very involved in that discussion as far as what possible stormwater fixes we could look at as well when we have the opportunities in those areas to alleviate some of that.
And here he comes now.
Sam Eddy, Water Utility. As a part of the resiliency plan that we have in place, we will take a look at any and all outfalls that we have. As a part of that plan, we can actually add this to the plan and say, hey, can we pick out 4 or 5 areas here that could possibly be
access
points?
And some that could be abandoned.
Some could be abandoned and so on and so forth.
Baffle boxes.
We do have some parks, though, that you could start using immediately.
Well, South Palm Park you can launch off of.
So,
right?
But Bryant Park, South Palm Park.
Yeah, I mean,
you
we do have
some-
places to
you-
do it.
You do have some.
Where?
Yeah. North part of town, you
Not
start
so much.
gaining elevation and you don't have anything up north, so. could be something we could look at holistically.
Okay, I think that would be, let's approach it as a group, as a
Absolutely.
holistic approach. Let's take a holistic approach. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, great. So, Mr. Diaz.
Yeah, I mean, thank you for that, because it's so critical. And as I'm trying to help these neighbors on the abandonment things, you know, people are gonna rave at the idea, and then you have people who really dislike the idea, and you know that's just the nature of the issue. And it doesn't. I don't think it needs to be like a super laid out, like
Right.
intense plan or study, but you know, it's a commitment to basically saying yes, we might have to close off this access because it might need a, you know, it's where we can fit a baffle box to mitigate flooding and pollution issues, but a block down the road, you know, we have this, and we're going to commit to fixing it. And you know, things like South Palm Park, for example, you're right, it would be good, but it's a bit rocky, so it's still not amazing, like to drag a kayak, especially somebody who's not like the most mobile person. So I think, you know, these areas really need attention to get cleaned up and made safer. Bryant Park, our kayak launch is broken.
The
And
handle things.
yeah, and but then also the one, I guess more, the one by Snook Island is also broken. The one on Old Bridge Park, I think, is okay. We can maybe move that over. But, you know, we need to take just a whole look, because I'll tell you, people do and will get upset when you say this right of way, sorry, but it's got to go away, because it might look like the most obscure, surely nobody uses that, but someplace somewhere there's a birder that is like, I love that spot on my morning walks, and and we just want to.
No, I've gotten both. Don't do it. So, okay, so let's just give staff direction, perhaps to do an informal study of the outfalls, just to see what possibilities we have. And Mr. Sam's coming back up.
This won't be an informal study. We are embarked in quite a significant resiliency plan, so it'll be a part of that plan.
And what's the time frame on that?
He's looking.
I had to ask.
Give me a couple months.
All right, I mean, not a year, I mean, it's in the works.
Yeah, it's a
Okay.
significant plan.
Will that includes the ones that have a drainage outfall? Do all of the right-of-ways have a drainage outfall? I don't think so.
I would have,
That's what
all
they're
do
gonna
not have
find
an
out.
outfall, no.
Right,
all.
so
Yeah.
I think what we're talking about would be less formal but broader set of locations. Yours would definitely be in, and yours will have more specific requirements, because the main purpose is drainage. But if we can work the other in, and then the other
I want to
ones.
give somebody clear direction.
Yeah.
I don't want to do half a study for
Right.
5 spots and then the other half.
Yeah, just,
for
you're gonna do the
somebody
whole,
else. I want to give you what you're looking for,
right,
so,
the whole coast.
yeah.
And this comprehensive study he's talking about is our entire east coast on the lagoon.
Yeah.
And includes the golf course, and that's why it's so comprehensive, because as you guys know, that south end that floods every time this was what we needed to do in order to really look at some of the resiliency dollars, because as is often the case, people talk about all the grant money out there, but if you don't have the correct backup and the study, and you haven't done the actual, the
You're not in the door.
legwork, you're not getting any grant money. You can't say, well, just give it to us and just trust us, we'll use it in the right way. You have to have studies like this in
I
place.
spoke with a neighbor at South Lakeside and Third Avenue South. Water has come into his house, it never had happened. Water has come into his house now 3 times. And he walked out to it's right on Bryant Park, and he walked out to the seawall, and the water level was lower in the intercoastal than it was on our side.
That's, I was there. at that
You were there,
house.
yes, you
Yeah.
were.
And
And they'd liked you to, they said they didn't, the city kind of came but didn't.
Honestly, that spot right there, that location, will have to have some work done. That's where the electric utility and the water utility will use for a boring location, to bore electric and water underneath the intercoastal waterway, in between those.
Third Avenue South?
Yeah, in between our house and.
That's my
the seawall.
condo on
Yeah.
Third Avenue South.
Oh,
Thank
right
you very
there.
much.
But I'm fully aware of that issue that they have there.
Yeah.
It's kind of man-made as well, so.
He's lost his insurance, actually, at this
Yeah,
point.
we built the seawall, and then you get all the water that rushes in there, well, all the water, it had
It
no
comes
place to
back
go. Yeah.
into his house.
So,
Okay.
these are some of the things we'll be identifying and looking at.
Okay, so we don't have to give staff direction, they're already doing
We
it.
have it clearly.
Okay.
So you're doing all the ones that relate to drainage and resiliency. We need to add on somebody to look at the ones that are just right-of-ways that don't have a formal drainage component.
He said he's doing that.
It's part of that overall plan.
It is, so it does include all of it.
That's what he said.
Holistically, we'll look at all the
Okay,
right-of-ways that go out to the intercoastal.
good.
Mr. Diaz?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, it sounds like we're getting close to resiliency plan, which is great, and, it kind of brings back, during session, this is what, when I brought up, we needed a PD&E for the golf course, it's kind of similar but larger scale, and it's so critical, but in terms of messaging, like, I want to focus on the ones that have the heavy ass, like the street, that end of the street in the north end of town, but let's make sure to keep the messaging broader and strategic because, through groups like Lake Worth Lagoon Initiative and DEP and others, we might be able to secure funding for some of these projects.
Great.
I seem to remember that you've said various times that some of those organizations, I don't remember which ones, but they specifically encourage methods of access to the lagoon.
Well, that's what we're working on.
And Yannick, if I'm not mistaken, this was the one that was already approved, correct? It was like the 700 and 750. That was, so this has already been approved by the commission. So
Underway.
this is something, yeah.
Okay. Okay, so we're still talking about sales tax. Where are we?
No, we're actually done with the.
No,
We're actually done with sales.
I have a blue card.
But I wanted to.
I'm sorry.
We actually, this is a supplemental to the sales tax, I guess.
Right. So we're kind of done with
ARPA.
sales tax?
This is just a refresher of our capital improvement programs, so I could go over the projects that are not funded and for the commission to consider. That's it.
Okay, well, I'll hold off with the blue card then.
Yes, it should be quick.
Okay.
So we have the bistro lighting design of 65,000.
Wait, let's get, wait,
I'm
we
sorry.
got to get to the right page. There's so many pages. The colorful one.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so first project is bistro lighting design for 65,000.
Wait, say that again, I'm sorry.
It's the first project that's
Bistro.
unfunded.
Oh, right.
Bistro lighting design, that's 65,000.
Right.
But we have the cemetery. The total for the cemetery is 1.8. And as we go down the projects, then the golf course, we're about 2.2 million. That's not funded. And then we go to electric. We have the FDOT Lake Worth Road street lighting for 220,000. For water, we have the water wells, the water treatment plant, 2.7 and 1.2. That's approximately 3.9 million. And the water distribution mains. So in total, we have about $5 million for water projects that are unfunded. For the sewer fund, we have about 1.7 million. Let me know if I'm going too fast. I am.
Or 10 to 15 million dollars, depending on what day.
And the stormwater fund, we have 545,000. So in total, we have about 11.6 million that are still not funded, projects that are not funded yet.
Okay. And are there any funds to fund them with?
Well, I went over the sales tax.
Okay,
and
that's the $3 million.
And the 3.7 million of restricted ARPA, so that's for the commission to decide whether we could fund some of these projects or, or any other for social services, whichever projects you see fit for the city.
Now, the Osborne Community Center renovation, didn't we fund that? That's done, right? That's all taken care of. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so we've got, let's just go down. The bistro lighting would be lovely, but it's $65,000. I want to do one of those, John Rice Way. I want to do one of those umbrellas like they do in some cities, all the hanging umbrellas, much cheaper, and it's adorable. Okay, so we get next to the cemetery, Pinecrest fencing. And I have gotten an email or two from folks that have their family buried in Pinecrest, and they are not interested in the fence. I have heard zero interest in a fence for Pinecrest.
Not fence, but the gates. I was going to ask, didn't we already approve the gates to be installed at Pinecrest?
What, at night they'd be closed?
Yes.
The gates, what we did was we eliminated some of the access points, but we didn't do any gates there.
So we didn't, do you know how much the gates are just to keep it closed at night? not fencing, just the gates at Pinecrest.
When
I
you
don't
say
have-
gates, are you talking about like off of A Street, like the main two
the main
entrances?
entrance.
We would have to look at what type of gates we're talking about.
Yeah.
Like you're
Because the
talking about
biggest
gates
complaint
down,
with
like,
Pinecrest is the activity at night in the dark zones and things that are happening there.
In cars?
In cars and out of cars.
Well,
And
out of
people,
cars, they can still walk in, but cars.
but not just that, but they're also using, the apartments are using the cemetery's overflow parking and parking cars in there. But it's mostly, there's a couple dark zones when you come in that are like literally under and by the big trees in the middle where people are doing things at night. So if we can figure out how to do, at least secure it with gates at
Even
night.
if it's a basic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, something that elevates the level of service. We don't want a swing gate in there like we have at a park, but something to keep it safe.
Could
I
you not?
can tell you that even on the west side of the cemetery, like on the Pine Street side, where we have closed off some of those access points, we actually did curbing, put in sod, kind of close that whole thing in. People still drive right over it. Because absent an actual barrier, an actual fence, people will still drive straight through there, whether you put a curb up and put sod there and actually close that or not. Unfortunately, we have had situations where they didn't even drive in the area where we sodded and put curb in. They kind of came in at an angle and drove right over gravestones. So, absent having an actual barrier there, people will still, even if there's a fence there, if they're trying to go through there, they will go right over gravestones without any care in the world.
And then we get to replace those headstones at our cost. I mean,
We
forget
do-
the fact of the disrespect.
we
We'll put
do
that over
it-
there.
We do that at our cost, correct. So.
All right, I'm gonna just throw something out there. It might be a stupid idea, but what if we had not like, because it's, I mean, the fencing is very expensive, but what if we had something like a post, and it's gonna sound bad, but like a chain in between, like a decorative kind of chain to make a barrier, so it's a little, it's a visual, I mean, they could drive through it, but it would be something, right? And it doesn't
that's
have to
your
be
car.
ugly.
You stole the words out of my mouth. I have a photo of a cemetery near Orlando that does exactly
Well,
that.
a lot of them do. I mean,
Yeah,
that's what I'm
and
used to.
the other thought is you were concerned about dark areas.
Light them up.
Well, I wouldn't light them up, but you can put motion sensor lights on them and makes it kind of disagreeable to be there if you're looking for a dark spot, but it doesn't have to be on all the time and it costs, $100 or whatever.
You gotta speak up a little bit. I hear.
Sorry, I need to speak up more. But I agree with the mayor that the idea of, and I had actually was going to bring the same one of, black posts with chain.
Yeah.
Or split
That will
rail
give,
something.
that's going to discourage a lot of people. I imagine the
that's how they do
expense
it
is
a lot.
very minimal. It does give a visual barrier. Most people are not going to want to scrape up their cars running into it. Some will. You can't fix everything, but.
And we discussed this initially too, because what it really comes down to is obviously there's activity after hours there. We are pretty much capped at what we can charge in our cemeteries based on the current state of the cemetery and what they look like. When you have a loved one that moves on and you're looking for a location, a final resting place for them, you want some place that's beautiful, that's respectful, that you're going to enjoy going to visit them, whether you bring flowers or whatever you're doing. So when you have cemeteries like we have, which are completely wide open, we clean so much litter up out of these cemeteries. People are going to do what they're going to do, but unfortunately, there's not a high level of respect that you would hope to see in a place where it is a final resting place for so many relatives of people. So it's unfortunate that's the case, but it is the case. I won't mention some of the things we find and some of the activities that happen there, but it's unfortunate. So in order to, we always talk about revenue generation and things we can do to generate more revenue. Obviously, the mausoleum's been on there for many times. That's not an option for us until we look at doing something where we do some type of decorative, whether it's fencing, whatever it happens to be. you can't have something like a mausoleum. And I made that presentation years ago where obviously we can't expand horizontally, you have to go to vertically. So in order to have something like that, I think it was like 3.9 million was like the revenue we would make from something like that. That's a nice source of revenue that then obviously goes back into the cemetery as far as maintenance, as far as all those other things. You can't have something like that if it's wide open.
Right.
Also, as far as what we're able to charge, when you look at Boca and Boynton and some of these other municipalities that have cemeteries and what they're able to charge, we can't charge those kind of costs because they are able to offer, when you look at what their cemeteries look like versus ours, we can't do anything with our rates because we're going to price ourselves out because someone's going to say, well, Lake Worth is charging this, but look at what I get if I go other places. It's so much nicer, it's safe, it's private, it's fenced in, it's just like our parks, like if you're talking about the gates and everything, if the entire thing is enclosed and you have gates, it's now like a park, it's dusk to dawn. You have actual hours. No one is in there at nighttime because like all of our parks, they should be closed at nighttime.
We could do that. I mean, if we did the chain thing, we could do that. If we had gates and a chain, I mean, yes, somebody could drive through the chain, but if we had, at a much less expense around Pinecrest, that chain with gates, that would give the same.
It's just a discussion to have, obviously, at your level, as to what ultimately do we want these to look like? What do we want to do as far as safety, as far as all these different things?
Right now, it's cost us about $350,000 a year to run 2 cemeteries. And the only way that we can increase what we generate, because we can only generate about $56,000 to $60,000 a year, depending on.
Correct.
The only way to increase that, so this is no longer a financial burden, is to increase the level of service, which would be to increase, as you just went through, all the things we need to do. Can't afford a mausoleum right now. That's never going to happen. I mean, right now. But by creating a sinking fund, like the finance department did last year, the money that is now raised through the cemetery goes into its own fund. It doesn't go to general fund. So maybe in 3 to 5 years from now, we have a nest egg of money to put back into the cemetery on an improvement point to help be able to elevate the level of service. But to me, if we're, how do we spread the dollars? If we can find a meeting of the minds, like you were talking about, something just for now, knowing that we have a financial plan for the cemetery in 5 years from now to be able to do something more, if that's what the people want.
Yeah, the chain thing would at least.
Yes, and gates.
Okay, well, we don't have a price on that. I see lights are on, but we don't have a price on that. But let's. Do we want to talk about IA banks for a minute before we talk about that?
I make a motion to approve the funding for IA banks.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Passes unanimously. And then I think what we might want to do, could we have consensus to have staff cost out bollards and chain and a couple gates?
Yeah, a couple gates.
Okay.
For
We have
Pine- yeah, for
consensus
Pine-
for that?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the gates might be as simple as chain that goes across with the hook.
If we're going to just do, looking at cost, can you look at Mr. McVoy's idea with the lighting? The motion, because I
Motion.
think that's smart. I mean, because if you drive in and you're doing something naughty and the lights go on, you're less likely to do the naughty.
I was told because it's a park, we technically don't want lights because it's supposed to be closed after,
they'll
but
go off when people
motion might work.
Motion kind
And
of
if
gets you
it's-
both
if it's-
ends.
And if they're going on, then the residents around can say,
It's going on.
PBSO, the lights are on in the cemetery. That can only happen if it's motion.
Right.
It could be squirrels.
I was going to say raccoons. Okay, so cemetery, Pinecrest, we are going to hold off and we're going to get some figures about that. We just approved IA banks. Thank you very much, everyone.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, sir,
I'm
ma'am.
very sorry to interrupt, but we did have Commissioner McVoy's motion still on the table
What motion was that?
about the lagoon. Commissioner, would you like to withdraw that motion?
I never made it as a formal motion. I
Okay, so
think
he
it-
withdrew it.
Okay, great, thank you.
Boy.
But I withdraw the informal motion.
You seconded it.
And we had a good conversation, came to some conclusion. All right, I see lights on. This is what, okay. Mr. Diaz?
Still on the cemetery.
He's back on the cemetery.
Just because I like the bollard idea, but knowing how much parking bollards cost for street bollards, I'm I'm hoping they're not the same, but they're pretty expensive. Yeah, but hopefully it's less for what we're asking for. But I do want to say on the lighting thing, to Vice Mayor Malega's point, there is case law there, my understanding, about what's open and closed and what we want to keep open closed. So let's keep that in mind when we look at pricing for motion activated lights.
I don't understand what you're
If we have lights on at a park that turn on at night,
Yeah.
effectively, there are court opinions out there that point out you have a open park at night. And that's, I'm having conversations with PBSO deputies, I understand that to be an issue with certain parks on whether or not they can trespass somebody and their reluctance to. So just something to keep an eye on. I don't know the full details. But.
Glenn, are you still with
Yeah,
us?
Exactly. Get Glenn to look into it.
Glenn? All right, we'll refer that. Oh, hi. We're gonna, that's okay. We're gonna refer something back to you about motion sensor lights in cemeteries that are linked off, that are closed off. Whether we can do that.
And whether that legally changes them from being
Well,
closed
that's-
at dusk
that's the-
to
right.
open
Yeah.
all the time.
And the last thing, because I don't want to abandon the idea of the mausoleum. I know we're not abandoning it, but given the historic nature of the cemetery, and I had brought this up in the past, given the historic nature and the need and the economics of it, I do think we should try to make this a legislative ask. I don't specifically know if Tallahassee has funded mausoleum or cemetery projects in the past, but I suspect because of historic nature and stuff, there might be, with the right lobbyists, with the right legislator, might be a way to get significant funding for
And
that.
we are receiving our official historical markers on May 10th, so.
There you go. So if we can make that legislative ask.
Thank you. Okay, let's keep going to recreation. Is all funded. Yes. Street maintenance is all funded. The, what?
There's a blue part.
Not here.
That's just a subtotal for the general fund.
Well, I'm sorry?
The 1.9 is a subtotal for just
For
the general fund
The general fund. That we have funded, that we have approved funding for.
that we have yet to be funded, with the exception of the 125, which we just did.
Okay.
Yes,
the cemetery fund together.
correct.
Oh, that's the sub.
Yeah. Subtotal.
But, yeah, we don't have to deal with it because we've already
All
dealt
right,
with it.
lifeguard towers,
I'll
we've
put it in.
done. Okay. And then, what, the 700,000, wait, no, the 700,000 is for what? The beach property, 500,000 and 200,000, the amendment. Is that the building for the lifeguards?
If it's not in the blue column, it's dealt with. We're only looking at the blue column.
I know,
If
I
I'm-
just want to confirm that that's what we're talking about, is that building? On page 2,
At the top of 700,
yeah.
the closing of the casino building.
Yes, that is the
Okay,
the other
that's-
properties
okay, I
there.
just
And we do have a
curious.
meeting later on this week with the engineer who's doing the concrete pads on
Okay.
CEI. So that project is moving forward,
Great, thank
and
you.
those are in production.
All right, next up, the golf cart, the golf fund. Have we, and I'm looking, I mean, I'm a big proponent of the golf fund because it's something that we actually can make money on. I think that, and we've had a meeting already with a couple people regarding an actual overhaul of the golf fund, of the golf course. And I think I'd also like to know just a little bit, we asked for money from the legislature about the golf course. We didn't get any money from the legislature about it. That was actually, in 25 words or less, that was going to do what, that study? Was it just ecological, or was it also uses of the beach club and everything?
That was kind of all encompassing on that, but a
Okay.
big portion of that was going to be what we're already covering, which with the resiliency,
Right.
and looking at like our overall coast.
Okay, so
On the
is
lagoon.
that piece of it funded from us at all, or is that still out there?
Which in
The resiliency,
specific?
the
resiliency, that's
weather-
part of Sam's overall.
That's part of what
plan.
you're doing, okay.
Yeah.
Because I think, we had a meeting with the man who is, we had a very, if I can just go into this for a second.
Absolutely.
There is Bobby Jones, famous golfer. There is a man who lives in the area who is the lawyer for the Bobby Jones family and is the president of the Bobby Jones Foundation. He lives in Atlanta and he also lives here. Years ago, there was a golf course in Atlanta with the name of Bobby Jones on it, but it was a mess. It was a municipal golf course and it was terrible. And he thought that's, a dishonor to the family name. So he got into he ended up with this amazing project. They hired fundraisers. They completely redid it. I'm not suggesting this is what we would do, but they made it as a reverse golf course. So one day you played 9 holes, 18 this way, and you go the other way. They put in something that they found made money was a, what is that? The driving range thing. Words come so badly. Driving range, and also a small, I think they had a little golf course as well. So putt-putt. So there are things that we can do to make, we have an amazing resource there. And this man is willing to help us. He's just really a generous guy in terms of advice. He's not that's not his job. So I just want to let people know that we're talking about it, that we really do need to look at this golf course to make it an asset. We could make a lot, we're not making that much money off the golf course right now. And we could make a lot more money. And, again, I am much, I think that with money that we have, sometimes, some of this is one-time money. I think that we should use it to invest with a return on investment, not just, that's a fund that we can get money from. So I'm going to ask this gentleman to sort of meet with everybody just to get an idea of what, he wrote to me just to say, what's going on, how are we doing? So he's very interested in helping us. And if we could get something like that, they got major sponsors, they got large sponsors, and this guy has connections to that kind of thing, those kind of assets. So, and he's willing to guide us just through the process. So I want to thank him and kind of get him to talk to us some more and get started on the golf course. Again, I want to get started. We're looking at here, the golf cart paths. We have a golf cart path that is crumbling into a pond. It's not very safe. We have, I don't know what all, we have, on this list, we have cart paths, fairways, greens, and tees. I don't know if, with numbers assigned to them, and I don't know if those numbers, where those numbers came from. I'm assuming they came from someplace. So I would like to see this as part of something that we fund. We have a lot of lights on. I think Mr. McVoy was number 1.
No, I think Ms. Malega was
Ms. Malega was
well
number
ahead of
1.
me.
So what would it take for us to, and I understand we're doing the resiliency, but looking at the golf course as a whole, the building, the pro shop, and I know we had a $250,000 ask last year for a study that was just for the golf course. Knowing that we have the Gulfstream Hotel coming on, knowing that this will be, again, economical generator, job creation, do you think it would behoove us to spend $200,000, whatever that number is, to do an entire golf course study, so then we can make the bigger ask, or at least go out to a PPP or whoever to bring us ideas?
Let me respond to that. This is the kind of conversation, I think you need to have lunch with this guy, have a meeting with this guy, because he did it. He did it. He took this awful municipal golf course and made it a very successful money-making
Well, I
golf
understand, but
course.
I'm asking, did he do it, did he have, was there money that went into it first, like a study or?
That he can explain to you, that's what I'm saying. And maybe we should.
Can he do a presentation here?
I was just going to say, he might be willing to just do a presentation to us. I can ask him, because I do want everyone to talk to him and find out what's going on, because he was very helpful. He was very, it wasn't like I did this great thing. It was like, here's how we did it. And they realized they needed more money, so they got a fundraiser, and we live in Palm Beach County.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't want to spend the money that's here if we know, okay, we might potentially
Right, no, and
have
what
this
I'm-
golf
I
course
agree with you.
conversation and we need $500,000. You know what I'm saying? Or we need $250,000.
Yeah, I mean,
I will say that even, yes, to all of that. Of the things on this list, the one thing, regardless of how we move forward or anything, the golf course, the actual pathways themselves.
Needs work.
Are in dire
Terrible,
need,
yeah.
not just like yesterday.
No,
last
I'm-
year. So, yeah, the actual golf cart path, the
It's
first thing
horrible.
on here, it's one of those things that regardless
It's
of
scary.
what the conversations we have with this particular person or what we're doing moving forward, at some point in time, we need to invest back in the course.
Motion to approve golf cart paths for $268,625.
Do I have a second?
I still have comments, so.
Well,
I think we all do.
Okay.
I'm just looking at what time it was and where we were.
I mean, I can second that. I was gonna do that and the tees.
Okay, that would be $500,000.
That's 521,665. That's what I'm hearing from golfers. It's both of them. And that doesn't take into consideration anything that has to do with the grass.
Right.
So that we can still do the resilience study, we can still look at it, we can still revamp the whole golf course. But between now and the time that we have some new idea, we have the tees and we have the cart paths taken care of so that even if we wanted to raise the price, we couldn't now because you can't even drive a golf cart around it.
Right.
So I think those are basics.
Okay, Ms. Maliga, would you like to amend your motion? Include the tees?
I'll amend the motion to approve 2 items under golf fund, golf course cart paths at $268,625, and the course tees at $253,040.
Okay, do I have a second? Second. Okay, now we can talk. Mr. McBoy, you were next, I think?
Yeah, I mean, my concern, I have a couple concerns here. One is that I think we're throwing around a little bit too loosely, return on investment, and we got to spend money on things that will make us money. That's fine. I don't have a problem with it. The concept of return on investment is an excellent one. Show me the study that says, given where you are now, or an expert opinion, or somebody that says, if you spend another $500,000 in this, you're going to make at least $500,000, because otherwise it's not a return on investment. It's a loss.
This is maintenance. This is maintenance. This is not an improvement.
We had discussions earlier this evening that said you can invest in golf cart paths or golf cart tees or a lot of other things, or you can invest in people. We had a very difficult time, and in fact didn't invest anything, zero money, when we had 20 million of ARPA funds that were specifically intended to help with social services and invest in people. We couldn't bring ourselves to invest anything in that or even have agencies look at it, but we have no problem throwing around the idea that, hey, there's going to be return on investment. If you sink $500,000 into this, there's going to be a return. I don't believe that, and I'll tell you why. I've been on this commission for years, and every year I would hear, hey, we're going to do something different at the golf course. This year it's not going to lose money. And I can't tell you how many years I came and we got here and it was the end of the year and we'd done something different and we lost $100,000 instead of losing $200,000. So somebody's telling me we're going to invest $500,000 and our track record is that we lose about 100 or 200. You're telling me it's going to pay for itself to put 500 into it. Show me
We're not saying
the
that.
numbers.
We're not saying that. I think we're saying it's maintenance that needs to be done. It's a dangerous situation.
Maintenance that needs to be done. And we all were up in arms that homelessness and housing is a big deal. I just say,
Thank you.
listen to ourselves.
Mr. Diaz.
And show some numbers.
Mr. Diaz.
I'll point out, the paths are a liability thing for me. They are in disrepair. I don't necessarily agree with the tees and the greens and the fairways, but that's for another reason. But for the paths, also keep in mind, it's not just golf carts. Like, people do walk and run on those things. And much like a lot of our right-of-ways where, we have photos and video of people, and including in one instance, there was kids like dragging kayaks over something that had like a big hole in the right-of-way because of a drain that's there. So, I'm concerned of people getting hurt. So that, to me, I'm not concerned that if we fix that and then in the next couple of years we might have to tear up some of it, that's fine because it's a protection on liability. But for the rest of the course, the tees, the greens, and the fairways, I want to point out something that, when I had the PD&E ask for previously that didn't go through. Yeah, it looked at everything. It looked at it was going to look at not just the ecology of the golf course, but the club itself, the pro shop, it looks at all facets because, Tallahassee's not going to give you money for environmental reasons unless it's like deep in the heart of the Everglades. But so you have to have an economic driver to it. And that was pretty much the goal of a PD&E is how are we going to compete with this course that's 2 miles down the road and is backed by PGA. And, granted, ours is a public course. It's a little bit different, but, there's competition out there and we need something that draws things in. And we also have to fix the issues on the south end, the flooding and whatnot, and something that I have been proposing, and it's not just me, this conversation has been had for years, and that really needs to happen. And because the sea level rise is becoming more and more of a emergency, as we know, because of some of those homes, that south end, we kind of have an opportunity. So we actually have space, and part of the meeting that I mentioned earlier that we were going to have with county folks and whatnot is we have an opportunity because our golf course is next to Snook Islands, the pride and joy of county environmental resources management. And, they loved our partnership with them. They love that we did that. That's their project that they highlight in every presentation, every meeting. That's what they're most proud of. And they seem to be excited on having this conversation with us to do an expansion that's going to help our golf course. And we, as a city, need to fix that flooding issue on the south end. And there's a way that we can do that by, the hardest part about shoreline projects is where you're going to find this material. And you often have to wait to schedule when there's like a major channel dredging project or something, then you use that. We don't need to do that. We potentially don't have to do that here because what we might have to do is redesign our course and basically shift earth around to fix the elevation by the flooding part. And then the lower parts, we bring in lagoon water and effectively continue Snook Islands and that living shoreline project. And in terms of the fairways, when you look at, I'm not a golfer, but I've had to learn a lot about golf working on this project. But when you look around the world and what's popular in a lot of golf courses, over here we have very manicured fairways and it's really tight, like, par 3 in Palm Beach and whatnot. And the fairways are next to each other. And so they have a nice big grass field, basically. But what a lot of places around the world, what golf courses look like is it looks like you're playing through like a national park. You're playing a link-style course. Yeah.
Augusta.
And so, you focus on the tees and the greens. Everything else can be an estuary. And there might be a lot more water traps, might make our course really competitive, whatever that may be. But on that side of it, there's potential for funding through Lake Worth Lagoon Initiative, through Tallahassee, through other agencies that might help us do this living shoreline resiliency aspect of the golf course. And I'm happy to hear about this Jones, person, because that's the other side that's missing. I can bring in, the environmental side, but the other side is we're going to need capital for the other stuff. And we were hoping that the PD&E would have pointed that out, but that's in the past. So we can work with what we have, and that's really promising if somebody's interested in partnering, and because I think that is absolutely critical for the building side of things. So those conversations are being had. That meeting hopefully will happen next month, and it's, to me, it's exciting because I know it's something that's been happening for a really long time. I know the county and others are really, really looking for opportunities to fund environmental projects because they're running out of public properties to do these things on, like more Snook Islands and Tarpon Cove and things like that. And we just so happen to have a lot of it between Bryant Park and Golf Course. So all eyes on Lake Worth, and we hope to expand that partnership. And hopefully we can bring in some private golfing partners to help fund it. And then I want to throw in other things to keep in mind. This is more of a footnote and whatnot. There's been a big ask for example, we need a playground in the northeast part of town. Probably the only place where you can even find space is the northwest corner of the golf course. But then we'd have to work with restrictions on the use of the golf course and things like that. But these are all conversations I think that need to be had long term to see what opportunities are there, because our golf course, I'm not going to say it's like a blank canvas, but I think we have something, we're sitting on something really big that's going to potentially be big moneymaker. Yes.
We
And
can't sit on it anymore. We need to.
we got to take action. And that's why, super excited about the resiliency plan. That's a big part of it. Very excited about this meeting with the county coming up and more. And you know, other things that relate, not so much golf course, but things like managed mooring fields and how are we going to better utilize the Snook Islands docks and stuff.
Yeah,
To me, it's all systemic, and we're having those conversations.
And it's when I took the tour with the golfers, they were like, their idea was the same kind of thing where it's down by Snook Islands because it's always flooded. Why don't you just make that part of the, so I think you'll have support there. So there is a motion, we have one blue card for sales tax. So I don't know if you want to speak now or wait till we're done. Ms. Stokes?
Until you make a bunch of motions and pass them without taking public comment? No, unacceptable. Yeah, I'm
So
sorry,
you
I did
wanna
not come here to talk on this.
So you
My
wanna
name is
speak
Kim.
now?
Yes, thank you. My name is Kim Stokes, 1321 North L Street. Every year, we have a workshop on the budget, you have these conversations, then you publish in the backup for the public to see how you plan on spending your money, and then you have a budget hearing, and then you have a second budget hearing, and that's how you spend the money. I'm floored. I came here to speak about the discretionary sales tax update. And you all are up here passing motions on projects that you aren't even going into any detail about and haven't given any notice to the public about. This was an update. Our budget season is in the summer. Something feels really shady here to me, really shady. Can't spend this money fast enough because you don't want to have anything left over to help people. That's all I can tell. I came here because I thought we were talking about the sales tax. I thought you guys rightly so criticized the $2.5 million that we gave to the Bohemian. You're willing to give money to anything but helping people. The sales tax was meant to help fill gaps in our CRP for infrastructure projects. But when it comes to helping people with ARPA, now we care about looking at our CIP. Where was that concern when we were giving $2.5 million to the Bohemian? Where was that concern when we're gobbling up properties downtown to hand over to the CRA? So, but whenever we want to help people, no. So I'm very disappointed. The way you spend this money is a judgment on what you think the priorities of the city are, and the method in which you do so is a judgment on how you carry out your governance, and I am disappointed. And I have to go home. I waited 45 minutes to talk about the sales tax update. I didn't know you were discussing and approving things on the capital improvement plan. I didn't know this was a budget hearing and workshop all in one.
It's a
Good night.
special meeting. Good night.
And it was the previous elections that got us in the Bohemian deal, not you.
Well, the way they're handling it now is
Okay. All right, so.
Could I ask a question?
Oh, wait,
just-
Ms. May was first. Sorry.
All right.
We have a motion, a second on the floor. Let's just not lose sight of that.
Go ahead.
I would just like clarification from my guest, Glenn. The workshop, no, the special meeting, certainly the backup didn't make it very clear that we would be voting and approving funds. It was labeled as an update. Are we in thin ice in terms of doing something that the public was not notified that would be happening if we're making budget decisions? I don't know the answer to that, but I'm guessing maybe Glenn would be able to give us some clarity.
I don't think you're on thin ice. I mean, it's properly noticed as a special commission meeting. There were suggestions by staff that led to motions. Just about each one of you have made a motion at some point tonight on one of these topics. So I don't really see any issue. You're making motions on everything that's on the agenda. You know, spending money, ARPA, discretionary sales tax. You're just deciding how you want to get that spent. So I think you're fine.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor and a second. Let's have a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All against?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 3-2.
This was still the golf course.
Yep.
Right?
It's for T's.
And it's just the Ts and the
But I
paths.
thought you
right.
supported it.
Not the Ts.
Yes.
If you want to amend your
It was,
motion.
no, it was
I will-
amended. It was amended. It was amended to anthem.
Right. I would have supported it at the paths alone.
So can I make a motion to fund the paths to fix the liability issues?
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
So I don't even know who to ask this of, when it comes to the golf course. Again, I'm all about return on investment. If we're spending money to fix the paths and fix the course tees, and since we're going into fee structure, can we increase what we're charging once this is done at the golf course?
Before we answer that,
Would you like to call a lawyer
Madam
first?
Clerk,
Yes, sir.
I had written down that the motion was to approve the paths and the golf tees. And what was it 3 to, I just want to make, I just want to see.
So it passed 3-2.
And and the motion was for what?
Both.
For both the paths and the
For the
tees?
paths and the Ts. The Vice Mayor and Commissioner May amended the motion to include the Ts
Oh, okay.
along with the path. The original motion was just for the path. It was amended to add the Ts. The vote was for the path and the Ts, and it passed.
So my question is,
Ms. May
can I,
wants to.
do you have an
can put your
answer
light
for
on.
that in regards to the fees? Will we be able to increase those once we spend this money?
Ms. Ma-
That, I believe that will be part of the schedule of fees.
Yeah, that was part of the schedule of fees,
Right,
because
that
that's
we're doing
where
a study on.
all of our fees in the
Yeah, I
city
mean,
that
that-
we have is part of, and that's part of the budget. That's part of the budget process.
So would we be able to increase, you think, our fee structure for the golf course once we do these repairs?
That is definitely something we would bring in Matt DeRosa, our golf course pro, to have that conversation. I am not a golf pro, so I would definitely want to obviously engage him and Tiana on that
And really,
conversation.
the paths
before-
especially are really not an improvement. They are just, they're desperate, it's a need that we need to do. It's Ms. May, Ms. May?
Thank you, yes. After hearing everybody, and after understanding also that I think the tees and the tees and the greens and the fairways kind of all go together. So I would
You would like to make a
make a
motion to
new motion
to withdraw that motion?
withdraw the old one and just do the cart paths. So, because that's something we can all agree on, and we'll wait on the tees.
Okay, and since she was part of the successful motion, she can do that.
I second the amendment.
I'm sorry, Mr. City Attorney.
Ready,
What,
go.
I think you'd need a new motion because
Right.
that motion passed, correct?
Right,
I'm
so-
making a new motion.
That's what she's doing.
I'm making a motion to unfund the golf tees.
Got it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so that's, Mr. Diaz, did you go yes on that? Okay, unanimously, we're going to fix the cart paths, thank goodness. It's going to be an interesting bunch of conversations about the golf course in the next year or so.
Let's not.
Okay.
Did you say next few years?
No, I did not say that. Public Works, garage fleet maintenance is done. Yep. Okay, next up is street lighting?
For the record, Ed Liberty, Electric Utility Director. My staff member who was going to speak on this is actually celebrating Passover today.
Oh.
But if I understand this correctly, these are upgrades to the streetlights. Typically, the FDOT will replace the streetlights, but we have to pay extra to get them into the style that we want. I don't think this is a big item, and I can't sit up here with a straight face and tell you this is more important than all of the other things that you wrestled with
Right.
tonight.
But it would be interesting, because it actually, have we looked at what they are proposing without an improvement? Because it can look, I mean, you get the basic, you get.
I believe we have. Our standard has been to ask for the lights to be upgraded to the style that we want in the city. So this
Yeah.
is something that we should do.
Yeah.
But honestly, I can't tell you this more important than many of the things that were spoken about quite passionately.
We're not
tonight.
asking for a judgment, we're just asking
Right.
for the facts.
But this
Um,
would make the lights
You-
unison throughout the
uniform.
city.
That's correct.
Right, yeah, but, and they're already doing the road.
Correct.
They're already
Right.
doing the lighting.
Correct.
We're just paying for them to be more decorative.
Exactly.
Got it.
And it's, you know, it's important, because you drive up Federal Highway when they did the lights probably 25 years ago, and there's only lights on one side of the road. If you, I mean, every other road in the world, there's like a light and then a light and then a light, but no, from federal, it's just on one side. So I think in hindsight, it's important to pay attention to those things, so.
And do we know anything about whether the proposed 200,000 of lights are dark sky compliant ones, glare reduction ones, all that sort of thing?
I'm sorry, I don't have the answer to that, but I can certainly check on that and get back
Yes,
to you. 'cause
I can answer that for you.
Can
Yeah,
we look at-
we have a standard in the city that obviously we adopted years ago. So everything is dark sky compliant. And these lighting, it's going to match all of our existing decorative streetlight poles. So DOT has their standard lighting pole, which is just your typical concrete basic pole, which a lot of municipalities decide to upgrade to get a better look. So what this cost is that difference from the
upgrade.
cost of their standard pole to the cost of what our decorative poles are.
And
That's the difference.
where along Lake Worth Road is this?
This particular project?
Yeah.
I believe that's correct. It's west of the roundabout that they're currently working on right now, heading back toward Boutwell.
So you have more information than me. I need Marcel for these meetings.
Motion to approve.
I would want to see a little bit more, what are the, what's the basic, what's the fancy? That's
It
not a
matches the
section
city.
of town that,
What? What? Are you kidding me? I live in that section of town. What does that even mean?
Well, it's about by the
It's-
old Publix.
yeah, it's by the old
Oh,
public.
don't get
it's-
so upset.
It's,
So people who live on that side of town should have less then?
no, I'm not
don't.
saying that. I'm saying that the nature of the road in that area, if I was going to do something, I'd make sure that the bike path was continuous along.
Well, that's not on the list.
All right. Is there a motion?
Yes, I
There's
made a motion.
You made a motion.
Yes,
Do we have a
ma'am.
second? Do we have a second for the motion to fund it?
Yeah, I'll second so we can talk about it, sure.
Okay. You want to talk about it?
I don't have anything to talk about. You just explained what it is. It's lights. FDOT's putting a ton of money into the city.
Right.
And if we're gonna spend $220,000 so everything looks
Matches.
the same and matches,
Yeah.
yes, people on the west side of Dixie and the west side of the
It's not
roundabout.
the west side of Dixie, it's
It
further
is,
west.
No, it's
It
the
is-
west.
The west side of
It's the west
Dixie.
side,
it's the west side of Dixie.
It's west of 95.
west of 95.
And there's business owners and there's people that, the kids use the high school, they walk there, there's tri-rail, there's a million reasons on why to do that.
Yeah.
All right. Any other discussion? I'm going to somebody call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. I'm
Passes.
going to point out, I think we already kind of pre-committed to this, to DOT. Can we get an update on that? I mean,
Well, I think we just voted to
Well,
approve.
yeah,
so we're
like-
good. Was that a 4-1?
Yes.
Okay.
Did you vote?
I didn't vote, but
You
so
abstained?
Well, you
no,
can't
you
abstain.
can't abstain.
Okay, so
You
what are you
can't
doing?
abstain. Well, a vote is, I think.
Fine, but I have to say that this process, where we are just going through things with very little information, dropping hundreds of thousands of dollars at a pop without really knowing much of, what's the
We did all this
difference?
to get this list. Right.
Been on the list for 5 years.
And can anybody show me what the non-200,000 one looks like compared to the other one and say, yes, we need that in that area?
They're the
No.
streetlights that are currently on Lake and Lucerne. Like the ones right outside of here on Lake and Lucerne.
The old-fashioned kind.
The ones that are green, they hang down
Right.
this.
Come on, the next one's a
And-
million. Let's go.
All right.
And just what we can do for the utility meeting next Tuesday is bring this forward and have that discussion. I mean, I know you guys have already voted, but
Won't be here. I'll be on vacation.
I'm sorry, he won't be here.
I won't be here for the utility meeting. Sorry.
We can certainly give you an update.
I'm
and
probably
get
going to
you-
watch it, but I'm not going to participate.
not and what it is.
We can send you that as well.
So do we can we have that vote on that at the utility meeting about this? We
You guys already voted.
All right,
Already
we
had it
voted.
voted, but
All right.
we'll follow up during
All right,
information.
but always remember, the people that vote
And give you
for it
that.
can always bring it back.
Can you add that to your update for
I
next
can
year?
add it to the
Okay.
update.
Okay. Okay,
So we already at 614,000 that we just obligated.
how much have we got left?
It's about 2 million now. It was 2.6.
Oh, and the cemetery. Okay.
And
Well, the cemetery, we only did 125.
Right.
And then the golf cart paths and the FDOT lighting, so that's 614,000.
Out of 11 million. Out of 11 million.
Yes.
We're getting there.
How much do we have left?
Out of sales tax, you have about 2 million left now.
2
Because it was
million,
at
okay.
2.6, so now it's about 2 million left.
Okay.
So just.
Mr. McVoy has his light on?
Yeah, I had mentioned way back when that I had two things that I was interested in us considering for spending money on. One was maybe twice 50,000 for access to the water. So let's keep that in mind, even if it's part of the study. If we don't have the money, then we've said we don't care about that. So you might set some aside. The other is we have talked a lot, but not committed very much to tree canopy in the city. And that is, if you're talking return on investment, every study under the planet will tell you
No argument.
that trees are a good return on investment. It's not very fast return, but it is a serious return. And I would set some money aside for that. Whether it's on this list or not, I would.
Can't we take money from that, from the ARPA funds that are still available?
How much are we talking about, 50,000?
What's that?
How much are we talking about, 50,000?
I don't think 50,000 gets you very far on trees,
Yeah, I mean,
but
we've got this study that's going to happen, which I always think it doesn't take an expert to say where you should plant a tree. But that's just me.
well, it takes more thought than you think,
Oh,
and
I know it takes
species,
thought.
but-
I'm just saying, we have this study that we're doing now, the open, which.
So my
Well, let me
encouragement-
just finish my sentence, please. Does that include shade?
I'm sorry, speaking with Ed. So,
sorry.
we're talking about adding additional funds for tree planting?
I'm not saying necessarily add, I'm saying we're cheerfully spending everything we have available, and we're starting at the top of the list and just going through. I mean, it's not a very organized process, I must say. But I'm suggesting that we might want to, as we go down this list, set aside, you tell me what's a good number, 100,000, 200,000, I don't know, something for tree canopy for the city. So that you don't get to say, oh, we think trees are important, but shoot, there's no money.
Well, I mean, I think that comes from the ARPA money, but Ms. May would speak.
Okay, I have an idea. How about the $150,000 that's allocated to Spillway Park? We allocate that to shade trees and put a couple in Spillway Park and put some somewhere else. But that's a lot of trees. It should be.
Where are you at?
I'm back on the ARPA, because Spillway Park, we never made a decision on any of the playgrounds. We don't know if we own the whole thing. We can put up a tree, put it somewhere else, but that 150 was never really decided upon by the neighborhoods that are there.
We gave, well, I guess I gave staff direction to start planning, use that towards planning process of fishing piers.
What?
This Spillway
We
Park.
talked about that earlier.
Spillway Park,
I
I
know
said
you
that
were
that
talking
money
about that.
But you
should be
said,
used.
but you said it wasn't going to be nowhere near 150,000.
It shouldn't be, but we don't, we don't know the money for sure. I don't know how much.
That one is complicated
Yeah.
because it's in the one canal. So
Like doing,
it
yeah.
could be expensive.
Let's
Okay,
plant
so-
some trees.
All right.
We do have on the community development, the 665, that's not linked to any particular
So we could use
project.
that money.
So if you
And we
would
could raid
consider
the
that-
tree.
So we could say, once we get the tree study back or the open green space study back, how much money we could look at that community development, because that is community development. We could use funding out of that for trees?
Correct.
Okay.
Because that's part of the unrestricted, so yes.
Okay, Mr. Diaz?
Do you have an answer for
Mr.
something?
Brown?
I just wanted a little bit of clarification for staff. Based on our previous conversation earlier on this evening, what I had written down and what I thought we were going with was I was going to, or staff were going to look into the design of some type of pier and actually get a cost.
Right.
That we can then bring back and say, this is what, for the design process of looking at putting the pier back out, only on the south side of the C-51, not the north side, only on the south side, coming back to the commission with a cost of this is what we're basically looking at. So I just wanted to make sure that I had that correct, so, okay.
And then if there's extra money, we can add trees.
Yeah, and obviously the hope being that it would obviously be less than the 150,000 we currently have allocated, but that was what I was going to move forward with as far as.
And I think we're
Yeah.
all very committed to the canopy. And I mean, I am, and I think we all are. So, I know I drive down the street, it's like, if we just had some trees on the street. So,
And May 9th, the tree board will be here.
And the
at
tree
that
board
next
will be
meeting
having,
to have
exactly,
that
they're going to have
conversation.
input into that as well. Great. Okay, so. So there's. You know, we've approved, I'm looking at the building fund on page 1. Has that been spent, that $750,000 for that? It's at the bottom of the page, it's for 1900.
Yeah, that's the renovations that they're doing.
Yeah. You need to speak up, Mark.
Hi. You approved recently the contract to create the construction documents. I think
Yeah.
it was like $100 and some thousand.
Right.
They are underway, and that is all part of the same project. So we are spending it, we just haven't spent it all, and that is the budget amount to cover the construction documents and the construction.
And it's going to take all 750?
It's probably going to take more than that.
See, I mean, I know we approved it, I had hesitations, and I still do, because it's a building that hopefully we won't be using for that purpose after the next
But it's
10
fund
years.
balance, right? It didn't come out of penny sales tax.
No, this is enterprise fund balance.
Right, this is not
Yes.
penny sales
Yeah.
tax.
No.
Okay.
That's not sales tax.
Yeah, all right. Okay, so we have gone down now to the enterprise, oh no, wait, we're back on water. The big numbers, which can some of that come from our ARPA from our funds?
Yes, some of these
Okay.
qualify under
Okay.
restricted.
Are-
It's just a matter of famous utility director, Sam, to decide what he would prioritize.
Can I ask the Director Hiddy a question?
Sure.
So my question is, we are possibly in the conversation of having the ability to have Palm Beach Island start buying their water from us?
We're in talks.
Right. So,
Nothing's been
Nothing's-
solidified at all.
but in those talks, when I look at the water fund, right, would water treatment plant improvements help us with that?
These are improvements that have been needed to be done before was even accomplished.
So this isn't about capacity, this isn't about,
We haven't even started that conversation. You haven't seen any monies that would be any part of that whatsoever.
okay. So the water treatment plant improvements is just for
Us.
us. It's maintenance, it has nothing to do with capacity, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
What you're seeing here is some of this, we had bond funds already. We reallocated those bond funds as I saw needed to be reallocated.
Okay.
So some of these funds that you see here now aren't the same dollar values that you would be approving. I have four
So
or
these
five-
numbers have changed?
Yes, because we had bond money that weren't.
So they've gone down.
Well, we reallocated them for other projects.
Right.
I reallocated them that you approved for the projects.
So this part, the water fund is not updated on the CIP?
Not for 2024. No. Because we had bond funds. that
Okay,
weren't-
so then I guess we
that were
need to get
sitting there.
updated funds for that.
Yeah,
What
we don't
about
have to vote
sewer?
on every dollar tonight.
No, no, I know, I'm
either,
just, what about sewer and stormwater? Same?
Yes,
Okay.
I have a need of around
Speed.
$3.7 million
That's all?
is what we thought we were talking about,
But that can come out of ARPA.
Yes.
yes.
And
Can-
in
can
fact,
also
that's what
come out
ARPA
of-
is, yeah.
Can also come out of rates, is an
It
option
could come out of
too.
rates, yes, sir.
Yes, you come out of rates.
If
It's an
we have-
enterprise fund.
Yeah.
Right. Do you have the money for it?
Without touching the reserves?
No, the money I'm looking for, I don't have the money for.
Right,
It's in sewer. It's about $2.5 million. I have to 7 or 8 lift stations that need to be rehabbed. And then I have some lining that needs to be done. I have some manholes that need to be rehabbed also. So all that together is around $3.7 million.
Yeah, I am all for infrastructure. I really am. This is our one shot to do it.
I just want to make sure that now that you've reallocated some of the funding, that it's still 3.7.
Well, I think it was decided that out of the 3.9 million, we will leave a portion for the social services, correct? I mean,
How much
that's what I
was it?
heard, right?
What was it?
I think you guys had agreed on certain percentage?
No, we didn't.
No.
We didn't.
Oh, okay.
Lower, we said we would set something aside, but we didn't agree on.
Right.
The motion was for 4%.
And it, right, and it
I
failed,
would
the
like to
motion
cap
Oh,
it
failed.
at
okay,
a
okay.
million, but it didn't
I'm
go.
sorry, so I must have misread.
But you're correct that there was at least some degree of enthusiasm for setting some money aside for that. The amount might differ.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Diaz?
Thank you. Thank you. It's been, at this point, I guess what I'll bring up, especially, this is probably a good point anyways to bring this up, but these are really complex, and generally, we come back through going through the CIP with much more detail, and we'll get a sheet with detailed information. I think certain things that we voted on, like the cemetery, was easy because I remember very vividly what that sheet looked like. Golf cart paths is a liability thing for me, and I've, out there fairly regularly. I know what they look like. So those are kind of easy things to vote on because we've talked about them a lot and whatnot, but other things, these are hyper complex. I know Sam is looking for other sources of funding for things like that and for these things. So, it's just caution it's not necessarily caution. It's more like fiscal responsibility to just wait until we get better detail on a lot of these things. Because certain things we've talked about a lot, mausoleum, the fence, things like that. I think that's different. I think we've discussed that so much. I can still picture that CIP page. But I do look forward to, when we have this next workshop, when we talk about the CIP projects and go through the details of things that we could go. I think it would also be maybe a good idea to go over the detail of the things we did approve, like the golf cart paths. And, for the fishing pier thing, if we approach the right partner, maybe we won't have to use any of our money because that's happened in other places in the past. But, we got to have those meetings still. And so that's why, I'm careful to say it's not necessarily a commitment of funds as much as let's just put a little footnote on it for now, just in case, and maybe we won't have to use it. So, especially when it comes to water projects.
Mr. Brown?
I was going to suggest, Sam, since you said obviously the numbers are a little different now since the bonding and everything, why don't, as part of your utility update, next week, we come back with the actual numbers as of right now? So we know, and then a little update on exactly what these are and why they're necessary.
Sure.
Because as you said, it has been a while, and I want to make, I just want to make sure that everyone's very clear on exactly what these are, why they're being asked for, why they're necessary, and current numbers. So we're not just kind of throwing a random number out there.
And maybe why other funding sources won't be available.
Correct.
Yeah,
So,
that'd be helpful.
Okay, so where are we at? Where are we at?
I think what we're saying
We're
is,
gonna wait with the water funds.
yeah, so we're pretty much,
Okay,
I think,
so,
through this.
I know, this was a little over-aggressive
I
agenda.
I think we might have been,
Not enough, apparently. The light version.
I would move we table the pool one till,
I looked at the what? Yeah, when are we gonna do it, though?
we're 4.5 hours in.
We need to get this thing going, okay? So I'd like to talk about it a little bit. Maybe not vote on it tonight, but just discuss it, because I did look at it, I just have a couple comments about it. And I'm just gonna get it out of this pile of paper somewhere. Jeez.
while you're in the Madam Mayor, if you want me to give a quick
Sure.
synopsis. Okay, so our beach complex, a pool. So what staff has done, Mr. Waters, myself, like collectively, Valentina, come on up, Tiana, come to the front. So obviously, this is something that has been going on for a very long time, as we're all aware. And as I've mentioned before in multiple meetings, the ability to move forward and what needs to happen to actually move forward with this project is basically this draft RFQ we put together right now. The need to actually bring someone on board to kind of guide us through this process and look at a lot of things that have not been looked at as far as all the regulatory agencies, what's possible to actually happen up there. Obviously, things have been brought forward before that aren't actual possible. Looking at all of the engineering, the MEP, everything that needs to happen, looking at the financial side of things. How are we going to do this, not just from building initially, but actually maintaining this on an annual basis from an operational standpoint and looking at what kind of options there are up there. So starting this process and putting this out there and seeing what we get back. This is something that has not been done initially. And again, we were just kind of spending money on design, make it deeper, make it shallower here, add this, add that.
Where
Again,
put the palm trees?
a lot of pretty pictures and moving a lot of things around in AutoCAD, but none of that was actually moving us any closer to getting an actual project moving forward up there. It was just playing around with a picture and modifying a photo. This is something that is going to actually start us on the process of actually getting something done up there and finally moving this project forward. So we had put together this RFQ, which is in draft format right now. Hopefully you all have had a chance to kind of go through it. And the purpose of having it on this meeting was to have this conversation of what are the overall thoughts on the RFQ? Is there something you feel that needs to be added to it or that we have left out? Is there something you have questions on in here as to, well, why is that in there? That's why we wanted to have the conversation, because the one thing we did not want to do as staff is just, now that the RFQ is here, just push it out there without actually having this public conversation.
Thank you. Mr. McVoy.
And I think the last couple of sentences that you said are very important, that before you push it out the door, let's make sure that we all know pretty thoroughly what's going out, the language, that the public is pretty clear on it. Because as I think everybody in Lake Worth is aware, depending on what you do at the beach, that's kind of a third rail thing. And I don't know that the public was all that aware. I would vote in terms of the hour and possibly the lack of awareness, that we not vote on it. I think it's fine to discuss it a little bit, but that we bring it back at a later point when we can focus just on this, and the public is well aware of what we're thinking of. That would be my suggestion.
Okay,
Because we're at 9:30.
right, I get that, from 5 o'clock. So,
Yeah.
I mean, God knows we've talked the pool to death for the past, as far as I know, 3 years. It's controversial, you're right, it's a very, some people think that it shouldn't exist. Some people think it should exist where it is, where it was. Some people think somewhere on the west side it would be better. But I think that, if we're going to do it, we have to do something like this. I think this should have been done in 2017, actually. So I looked at it and I just had a couple notes about it. One thing that I noticed about it, it really didn't mention at all. It said the city built and opened the pool in the early 70s. I think it really didn't recognize the fact that the pool, and I'm very pro pool at the beach, I mean, to be understood, if we can afford it, if it works. It didn't touch on it's a historical, we talk about preserving the history of Lake Worth, the cottages and stuff. Well, the pool's been there since forever. So I would like, in the narrative, I have a couple notes I've highlighted some, it wasn't built in the 70s, it was built in the, when the city was built. I'd like that much.
Much earlier.
Thank you. Here's the pictures of it in 1910 or 1915 or whatever. It was originally a saltwater pool. It says, and these are just, style things, but it says, on page 17, breathtaking views of the Atlantic Ocean and the intracoastal. Let's add that, because the sunset over the pool,
Lagoon.
the sunset over the casino is spectacular. And then my note is there's not enough emphasis on the historical importance of the pool. I would, from my perspective, and not everyone's going to agree with me, I would like to say that, that the first thing that they look at would be, can we do it up there? And if we can't, what else can we do there? I think that we need to emphasize, my own personal feeling, the fact that it's a historical part of the city. It's always been part of the city, and we'd like to have it back there. I've spoken with a couple of pool people that say it would be just as expensive to build a pool in the Northwest Ball Fields, which is like the only other place we have, than it would be to do up there. So that's, I just think in the narrative, we could fluff it up, zhuzh it up a little bit in terms of the historical aspect of it. Ms. Maliga? I like a zhuzh.
I know that we've talked a couple times, and I remember that Commissioner Diaz, we went back and forth a couple times about making sure that, again, that we're not just looking at the pool. We have an amazing opportunity with the ballroom and with the space next to it. And whatever we have to do with this, it has to be an overall project. It can't just be the pool, the pool, the pool. So just in getting the public to hear that, can we change this it's got municipal beach complex development professional services, which sounds very legal. How do we make this to where the public, again, understands that we're looking at this as an overall project? Not a pool, not municipal beach complex development professional services, because that, to me, sounds like you're looking for someone just to manage the ocean front. If we're thinking about the public really looking at this and giving us their input, I know Miss Legal over there is holding her hand up, Miss Lawyer, the mayor. But to me, I want to make sure that the public knows that we're not just looking at filling the hole in the ground. We're looking at the overall project. What is it going to take for this to be financially feasible, successful, and viable in the near future? Is that a triple P? Is that a 99-year lease? There's no deed restrictions, like all this language that's out there. That's why I'm glad we're all I would love not to vote on this right now, but to give some more direction. I just think it needs to be a little more, we need to explain this better to the public.
We'll definitely look at that. The title that we used was basically to do exactly what you're saying. That's why we didn't call it Lake Worth Beach Pool. We wanted to kind of make sure we were trying to encompass
No,
the
I
entire
get that, but it's
beach.
just as development, I'm thinking again of the public, and how can we explain to them what this are, in not 17 pages, but in, like, again, using the website. This is what we're going out, here's what it means. 4 sentences, 5 sentences, here's what this really is gonna do for us. Because everyone knows how much money we have spent on pool studies, and if they think we're spending more money to hire another entity to do another pool drawing, pool study, anything that doesn't give the whole story, we're not gonna have a lot of happy people.
Correct. And I mean, if parking is an issue up there, that's going to be addressed somehow or not.
That's part of the study as well.
Right.
Because anything that happens up there is going to bring me more trips to the beach.
One can hope.
So you're going to have a parking component.
You're having a little trouble with that.
It's far away, so they can see.
Well, Ms. May, I'll call on you now, since you did a good job of Mr. McVoy.
I want to agree with the mayor's comment, and I think I'm hearing, a different variation of it, but I think maybe we're all feeling it, that the flavor of what we describe, and especially the historical importance and connection to the community as a center, will give whoever is interested in doing it a little bit more guidance as to what we want. The community has, over the years, heard, they're going to develop at the beach, and they're going to put a hotel, and they're going to do this, and they want to make more money out of it, and it's a valuable property. And there's a whole contingent of people that get very nervous about that. It's a park, and yes, it has to financially sort of work, but so I think including the historical, more of that, including some pictures of it, would be a very good idea. I think it might be, to address Commissioner Malega's comments, or Vice Mayor Malega's comments, about it's not just the pool, totally agree. It's about possibly the ballroom, possibly or certainly the north part of the building on the second floor. I think it's important for whoever's going to be involved in bidding on it and giving us advice to understand that those may all be dealt with separately. It's not necessarily that you're looking for one vendor to do everything. And I think it does need to say something perhaps with more emphasis. And I think maybe that's partly where you were going, the historical. This has a weight in our community as a location, as a part where people went to. People had their high school graduations in the ballroom, they got married in the ballroom, they had a connection to that, they went to seniors' dances there. I think we need to make sure that the possibility of the ballroom being, again, a community center for at least a fair amount of the time.
Didn't we just put
It
an
doesn't
RFP,
have to
though?
make money. Nobody goes
We
to
just
the
put an
library.
RFP for the ballroom. Right.
Nobody says, hey, we have a library, it's got to make money. No, a library does not have to make money. It'd be nice if it didn't lose its shirt,
But rental
but,
venues generally should.
well, when we talked about that building, I don't think William's still here, but, oh, yes, there he is. Yeah, I was looking for you at the back.
He's
I thought you were
waving.
still here. William may remember that I had a discussion when we were building that. I said, can you get me a sprung wood floor? Because that was a dance area. And a lot of older people, a lot of younger people used it for that. And it was an important part. And I believe William said, I don't know if I can afford a sprung floor, but I'll get you a pretty good wood floor. And I think he did. Pretty close to as good for dancing.
Lots of dancing going on there.
And yes, but a lot of the dancing is, we rent it out for a wedding of people who don't have anything to do with Lake Worth. That doesn't fulfill the function of a destination of our community.
But they leave their money here.
Wonderful they leave their money here, but if it displaces doing community things, that's a loss.
I don't think that, all right, I don't think, all right, okay, thank you. Who's next? Quick questions.
I just have a question about the, so it's the whole area up at the beach. Does it include the part where the green market is, or is that completely separate?
No, that's separate.
Okay, just checking.
Oh, that's Old Bridge Park.
Okay, that's
uh,
separate.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
something different.
Okay.
I will say, just so everyone's clear, and then the public is clear as well, the result of this RFQ is not to have an actual project that we're going to build up there.
Right.
This is not,
Options,
this
we're
is
gonna
not
find
someone
out.
who's going to be putting in for this that's saying,
Right.
I've got a project I want to build up there, here's my proposal. That is not what this is. So I just wanted to make sure everyone's aware, because I've gotten questions as far as, well, what kind of project are you looking for? It's like, well, that's not,
We want to have them tell us.
that is not what this is. So I just want to make sure everyone is aware.
Thank
I
you.
will also say that during the upcoming budget process, you guys will see when we are looking at revenues in the beach fund in general, whatever happens up there, we need to really be conscientious as far as revenue, because you're going to see what condition the beach fund is currently in. And we are at a point right now where we really can't afford, Yannick will tell you, we can't really afford to take on more subsidy in the city. Like,
Right.
we're getting to a
Well, I mean,
point where
I mean.
we need to really be strategic
It has to make
with
sense.
what we're doing moving forward, because we're almost at that critical point where we need to be very serious about revenue and generating more revenue, because those two columns, as far as what it costs to actually operate this city
Right.
and what we actually are bringing in, it's getting nerve-wracking.
Well,
I'll say.
my feeling about that is, I would love to see it happen. If it can't, I'm also a realist. If we can't have, I mean, I would love to have the pool back at the beach and have it make money, not, at least not suck money out of the city. We might, I mean, other people have said with regards to that area, get rid of, make it a green space, get some more retail. I mean, a lot of people are coming to me, and there's a lot of new people in the city that have a very different view of it's not quite as attached to the don't touch our beach. I mean, I'm not suggesting that we put a hotel up there, but I mean, it's not the kind of sacred thing that, it still is with a lot of people, and I'm sort of one of those old people that feels that way, but I am much more open to what other alternatives we have for the use up there. If it's not a pool, is it shops? Is it a green space? Is it a little amphitheater that we can have concerts at? I mean, just what else can we do up there?
And keep in mind as well, part of this overall RFQ is looking at, and it's listed on this long list of things, but the site limitations and the opportunities, because people throw out hotels and stuff, and we have, William sitting here. There are going to be limitations as far as what can and can't happen up there, based on whether it can have a minor or major site plan amendment, and there might not be an amendment that can even be done, depending on what someone might be proposing to happen up there. So all of this kind of is going to be factored in to this, but again, we really need to look at the revenue side of things, because
no one's
it's-
disagreeing with you.
Yeah, it's one of those things that not unlike just our finances at home. You know, you make so much each month.
Right.
And then you have bills and everything else you have to pay.
Put it on a credit card.
If you don't make enough to pay all that, at some point in time, you're going to run, it doesn't end well.
Thank you for that basic.
I'm just trying to tell
That's a
you.
basic economic theory that I can live with.
I think it's correct.
Budgeting
I'm
101.
not positive.
I think
I'm
you're
not
right.
positive. I think it's correct.
Yannick, I think he's coming for your job.
Yeah, no, I mean, I have said this before. I would love to have it up there. If we can't, we can't. I think we should try. That's what, yes. Mr. Diaz, you have something to add?
A lot of what I was going to say was already said, but
So-
this conversation is always good, but let's not.
Do you have to say it again?
No, I mean, we often talk about details and whatnot, and I think that's putting blinders on. I think it's really important for the public to understand that this RFQ, like, you're not going to get a concept or a drawing, we're going to get spreadsheets and things like that, and which is entirely what this process should have started with, is a financial plan. And part of that is, let's not like shoot ourselves in the foot from the beginning and put the blinders on, and let's allow, whoever's going to respond to this RFQ to be, they might present some innovative stuff, and let's not put out there what we think we might want and like pre-limit them, if you will.
Well, but I mean, there was the pool. I mean, that.
It was, yeah.
I mean, let's start with
And
that.
there's a financial reality of,
Exactly. I'm
so,
not arguing
yeah.
with you. I'm just saying.
So just,
If we're talking about historical aspects of the city, there's a big one.
yeah. And
Can
also,
we please change the name from casino? The many people go there and they're like, where's the slot machines?
That's just gambling.
it's a conversation starter, and also let's not call it the Intracoastal, it's the Lake Worth Lagoon.
Yes.
Okay. We're also correct. To me, it's the Intracoastal. Okay, so we have, we're talking, we're not, so, okay. We have 3 public comment cards. Mr. Townsend, Ms. He left, okay. Ms. McLeod, you still interested? I'm sorry, I just got a card. I was getting instructions. Oh, she's the one to do it, too.
I'm just a messenger. No charge for delivery.
I appreciate that.
For your fee.
Okay, Ramsey McLeod, followed by Wes, followed by Ms. Raphael.
Ramsey McLeod, 24 South C Street. First of all, before I get into the details of what I wanted to say, I just want to thank Jamie and his staff, and to bring to your attention that the dedication and the time that it took to compose this RFQ should be commended to our staff. It is equal to the peers from the electrical department, from Mr. Director Liberty's group, the number of employees, the concentrated group, the number of hours and days they put in to put in a successful application and get us a $23 million grant from the federal government. This is just another example of how dedicated the employees in this city are. And they're the core and the reason we've gotten the money and the funding that we've gotten. And I really want to thank your staff for the time and the effort they put in to do this. And no offense to any of you, but I went through that RFQ, and I have to say, it is the most comprehensive, detail-filled, and educational RFQ I've ever seen. And I was a contract specialist for the government, and so I wrote contracts. So I really understood all the bases you had to cover. I was surprised to see the height limitations for a garage, if that's something they want to propose. You addressed the casino ballroom, the space there, the retail space. You addressed the parking issue, even at the top, besides the bottom. And he did historically indicate, and that's a no change, that the name will stay the casino because of the historic significance of it from when that building was first erected. So it just blew me away when I was going through the details about how many bases you covered. And I do feel that eliminating pool from the title was the smartest thing you could do. And by labeling it complex, you expanded the parameters of what we are looking for and gave gentle but succinct guidance to any of the respondees. And I was very pleased to see that it won't be a singular awarded contract, if we do this, you have left a provision so it may be multiples that will come back and give us feedback in their areas of expertise perchance. So I commend you and the staff for an outstanding job of putting this together. Now, this is probably on the legal
Thank
end.
you, that's time.
Come on.
I'm sorry, it's 2 minutes.
Okay, I'll give you this. You need to give that legal. They have a problem with the grammar. Okay. That term will be used incorrectly and that could cost a lawsuit.
Mr. Blackman.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. This is our priceless beach. And with the priceless property and an aspirational property, it's going to come with a price tag. And I want to refer you to page 20. And all of those items, and I really commend this property has deserved this holistic look forever. Because it really is a gem and it is the aspirational vision of the city potentially. But I just want to caution you, I don't have dentures, but my teeth almost fell out when I got to page 20.
It's a pretty comprehensive list.
It is soup to nuts, and then there's cheese at the end too. So the selected firm shall be responsible for all these needed services. So I just want you to be careful that this represents a whole bunch of power here. And you get to the end of the list, policy development and guidance. And, to design development documents, construction documents, there are going to be subs that are going to do this, but one firm would be responsible. And I think that's good because you don't have a lot of chiefs running around. And they can get a holistic sense of what's going on, but there is a danger in the power that this represents. And you start putting price tags to each one of those bullets, and it's going to get pretty expensive. And you're going to realize that it's a priceless beach. So, anyway, that's all I have to say.
Yeah, that's a
and
lot.
the overall sense too was that it was overwhelming, and I think one of you someone used that term tonight, and it's good that you're not dealing with this tonight after a long meeting.
Yeah. Thank you. Do we look overwhelmed? I think we must look pretty overwhelmed by this time.
Resilient.
There you go.
I don't know, you should study it.
Now we have Charlene Raphael. And that is a huge list.
Charlene Raphael, 832 North J Street, Lake Worth. Beach. I appreciate the opportunity to be here for finally, in the very beginning of this administration, addressing the pool complex. It has been so long coming, and we are so grateful, many of us are, perhaps the entire city is, as well as visitors, that you're taking this on early. And I would echo the commendations of both Wes and Ramsey without repeating them. And I do have one thing that, with all the comprehensiveness therein, there was something that I think might have been missed, and I don't know that you need it, but I just don't want anything to be messed up in the process of doing this. And that's the scope of study describes the beach and space and use, focusing on the casino and pool.
What page are you on?
This is just the under scope of services. Okay. Exhibit A. Just a general comment. It doesn't mention any potential use of infrastructure for the Gulf Stream power generation project, should there ever be one. My concern is not the Gulf Stream power that we had the studies,
Water.
FAU and all. It's not that they should be studying it. It's just that while they're looking at fixing whatever is up there and creating more of whatever is good for everybody recreationally, I just want to make sure that there wasn't something done within the infrastructure that would either
Alter that.
somehow compromise the tunnel and whatever else is up there, so that we could at least preserve that as a future possibility. That was my only.
Mr. Liberty, I don't know if you're lurking or what you're doing
No,
there.
he's going to clarify that.
The end.
Thank you.
It's magnetic.
He just comes up. Did you want to say something?
Yes, just to remind everybody that we have a project underway to build two 26 kV, 26,000 volt feeders out to the beach complex. That's proceeding. And they are sized such that they would accommodate what could be reasonably expected within a decade or two, hopefully less, of ocean current energy. So that stays in the plan.
So if it goes, it's-
That project is in engineering and design and permitting phase. So
Have we heard from FAU at all? I mean, have they?
we have. They were awarded a grant, and a small piece of that is going to be for some of the work that we're doing. Maybe $50,000 is not a lot of money, but we're involved with them.
Are they ever going to get that thing done?
We certainly hope so. I think it's a renewable source of energy, and that's a big part of our future.
Be
So
nice, yeah.
It's starting to happen in other parts of the world where it's perhaps shallower.
I don't know why they don't-
Energy prices are higher than they are here.
Yep.
But we do see things happening in the world. For example, Minesto is out there. Looking them up, they've done some really cool stuff with their underwater stuff.
Mr. Brown?
Okay, so based on what we've heard tonight, like some of the comments you had, Mayor, and some of the things we've heard, we can go back, we can kind of modify what we've kind of done in draft format, update it, and then bring it back to you at a later date. I'm thinking I'll have to get with the clerk and look at dates, but hopefully later on in May. I don't want to sit on this too long. And thank you, Ramsey, for saying that. Staff, we worked really hard on this. And to go off what Mr. Blackman had mentioned, yes, it is a very comprehensive list.
It is a very comprehensive.
Obviously, with it being an RFQ, after we would select whoever the winning
Go
pros
for it.
would be, we would obviously go through, because we'd have to just look at all their pricing, set the contract and all that other stuff, which would all come back to you. But this is our flagship property in the
This is
city.
it.
This, I feel, is necessary, because what we don't want to do is what we've done in the past, which is kind of shortcut it and try to just figure out ways to just get something there, just do that. We really need to comprehensively look at this to make sure what we're doing is something that's going to be sustainable moving well into the future.
And if there's a
So
billionaire
it's
out
definitely
there,
necessary.
we would put a statue of you at the pool. No, at the top of the pool, doing whatever you wanted us to make that statue do. Mr. McVoy, then Ms. Mulligan, we're at 10 to 10 right now.
Just to, oh, sorry.
Right, do we want a motion to extend, Madam Mayor?
I hope
I don't think
not.
we need it. No,
I
very,
hope not.
I was just going to say, since Mr. Liberty is there, I think the concern that Ms. Raphael raised was a valid one. Can you just reassure us that there's no conflict, that there's not a space issue, there's not a, hey, they're going to do this? Do we need to include anything in it, or are you comfortable with where we are?
I can certainly take a look, but I can't imagine it would be a complex because we're a conflict because we're going into existing areas that are already electrified. So I don't see that there would be a conflict.
Okay, just as long,
But
because
of course,
the concern is
any
a sensible
future
one.
design would, of course, make sure that we don't do something that would not allow us to have power out there.
Or the access out to the ocean, whatever it is we
Correct.
need.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, good, thank you. That's all I got.
Probably shouldn't hire AT&T.
Ms. Malega?
Thank you. I just want to, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but we're going into budget. So I would like one-on-one, maybe you to give us an idea of a dollar figure that we're thinking before, because I would hate to, I don't know what's left in budget right now for this RFQ, if there is anything from general fund. I would like, I'll speak for me, a one-on-one, because if not, we know we have $6,050,000 set aside in penny sales tax. I just know that if we're really gonna focus on increasing our level of pay to our employees and doing certain things across the board in the city, and then we're also looking at this, I don't want to get our hopes up and then we're like, okay, we're scrambling to figure out how we're going to pay for this. So if we could have a one-on-one on where your ideas are in funding and what that number looks
For the
like.
study itself, for the RFQ itself.
Correct,
Right.
yeah. Before I don't want to talk about that in the public because it's numbers, but
Yeah.
if we can at least have a one-on-one on where it's being funded from, I'd
Absolutely.
appreciate that. Thank you.
Motion
Motion to adjourn.
See how they rush?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.